Hi there. Welcome back. Settle in, get cozy, and let this story carry you gently towards sleep. If it helps you rest, consider subscribing and turning on notifications for more calm stories like this one. Your comments always mean a lot. Feel free to leave one whenever you like. Viking winter night. Sheltering from the storm in a longhouse. Hello, friends. Tonight we're stepping into a North Atlantic winter that doesn't care about your plans, your pride, or your toes. The sun is already low. The sky has turned that particular shade of blue that always means trouble. And you're standing outside a Viking longhouse. Snow is already whispering across the ground, and you can feel the wind rehearsing its first hard lines. The sea is somewhere behind you now, out of sight, but you can still taste it, salt caught in your hair. And that damp bite carried on every gust. If you tried to get through a night like this in a hoodie and good intentions, you probably wouldn't survive it. So before you settle in, don't forget to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, drop your location and local time in the comments. I love seeing where everyone is listening from. Now dim the lights and step toward the door as the storm begins to close the world off behind you. As you step toward the longhouse, the first thing you notice is how low it sits against the land, almost as if it's trying not to be seen by the wind. The roof slopes down to shoulder height, thick with turf and snow, and the walls are a patchwork of timber, earth, and insulation packed together with patience. You run a gloved hand along the outer boards and feel the ice already crusting in the grain. The door isn't grand. It's practical, narrow, a little stubborn. The kind of entrance that makes you appreciate warmth. You duck inside, and the sound changes instantly. Outside was all hiss and howl. Inside is a muffled hush of life, as if the house itself is holding its breath. The light is dim, not for drama, but because winter afternoons vanish fast at this latitude. A soft orange glow ripples from the center of the room. Not a roaring hearth with brickwork and a cheerful mantel. There's no clever chimney engineered here. Instead, you see a central hearth, a long, low fire pit set right into the packed earth floor. This, by the way, is a well-documented historical fact. Viking longhouses commonly used open central hearths for heating and cooking, with smoke rising through a roof vent or smoke hole rather than a built chimney. You breathe it in and taste it. Yes, there's smoke, but it isn't choking. It's familiar, woven into the air like another layer of clothing. It smells of birch, of pine resin, and of something greasy left over from the last meal. Nearer the door, the air is colder, since drafts slip in from every seam. Closer to the center, you feel warmth settle on your cheeks. This isn't summer heat, it's survival heat, and the people around you move with that particular efficiency of someone who simply never gets to be sick in winter. You aren't alone here. Shapes catch your eye in the half-dark. A woman stirring something heavy in an iron pot. A man mending a strap with fingers that look carved from old rope. Children mostly noise and elbows until the adults go quiet, and then they go quiet too. In a corner, you see a few sheep, and maybe a goat, blinking at you like you're the stranger here. Yes, there are animals inside. This isn't a petting zoo. It's a heating strategy. When a blizzard hits, People and animals share the same structure. Body heat contributes to the indoor temperature, and in return, the animals are shielded from the worst of the wind. You might think that's a little gross. You're right, but it's also a clever solution when the alternative is freezing. You take a few slow steps in. The floor is hard-packed earth, compressed over years. You can feel it through your boots, a coldness rising up, reminding you that the ground doesn't care about your comfort either. Along the long sides of the hall, the walls are lined not with beds in the modern sense, but with raised sleeping platforms, wooden ledges layered with straw, fur, and wool. Later, families will sleep there, packed shoulder to hold in the heat. Tonight you'll sleep there too, but not yet. Right now you're still hovering at the border between day and night, and the storm is still gathering speed. A gust slams against the long wall of the house, and the whole structure answers with a low groan. You feel it in your ribs. The roof doesn't shake like a flimsy tent. It settles like an old wrestler, flexing his muscles. The Vikings learned to build for the wind. Thick walls, sometimes, double layered with earth or turf, and low profiles let the storm slide over rather than punch straight through. Can almost hear the air hitting the roof, searching for a weak point and failing to find one dot. No two longhouses were identical, and historians still debate whether roof vents in the harshest months stayed permanently open or sometimes partly closed to keep more heat in. This debate matters because it changes how smoky or how breathable those nights actually were. But for you, the matter is simple. The house stands because it's modest, heavy, and well insulated. You move closer to the hearth, careful not to step in it. That would make for a short and embarrassing bedtime story. The fire isn't very large. People are stingy with wood in winter. Trees are a resource, and hauling firewood through deep snow is a chore. So the flames stay controlled, a steady glow. You notice a few dark, rough stones near the edge. Someone will heat them and later wrap them in cloth to tuck into bed, an early version of the hot water bottle. Though if you're not careful, it can singe a hole in your blanket. You see this quiet kind of ingenuity everywhere in harsh climates. A small child darts past you, carrying something that looks like a carved stick. He hides it in the straw and grins. You ask what it is, and an older woman says, laughing softly, that it's a sleep charm, a small talisman meant to keep nightmares away. This is an interesting note for this part of the story. In saga culture and folklore, there are scattered hints of sleep charms and small protective objects, sometimes carved with runes, sometimes just personally meaningful, used to guard the mind through the night. Not official policy, not a museum label, real human behavior. When the weather is terrible and the dark stretches on, you need insulation, not just for your body, but for your thoughts too. The storm outside shifts from rehearsal to performance. Snow strikes the roof in thick blows. Even less light leaks through the smoke hole, and the hall takes on the color of embers. People react without panic. They've done this every winter, forever. Someone pushes a wooden shutter tighter. Someone else drapes another hide over the door. You watch their movements and understand that blizzard nights aren't a surprise here, just like you plan for taxes, traffic, or that one relative who always shows up early. A blizzard is a planned for thing. The longhouse is a machine, built for winter living. Your own body starts falling into the rhythm too. Your bones are still cold, but the edges of you are warming. The soundscape becomes almost hypnotic. The fire crackles low and steady. The wind presses on and slides along the walls like a restless ocean. Every so often you hear a soft bleat from a sheep that has apparently decided to be dramatic for no reason. Somewhere a spoon scrapes against wood. At the far end of the hall, beyond the hearth, you can just make out the high seat, the seat of honor where the head of the household sits, a little taller, a little grander. Even in survival mode, status matters. But the storm equalizes everyone. Even the chief has to sleep. You turn your head and watch the beds being made, straw fluffed and spread, wool blankets shaken loose of dust, furs laid heavy and glossy on top. You touch a cloak and feel lanolin in its fibers, that oily natural grease that helps push moisture away. It smells of sheep, smoke, and labor. The Vikings had an economy built on wool. They spun it, worked it, traded it. Good wool and good furs weren't just fashion. They were life. On nights like this, rich and poor alike want the same thing. A way to keep body heat from leaking into the dark air. As the meal winds down, the room grows quieter too. You feel that heaviness that comes after dinner, and you can already guess how it will help later. A full stomach is another layer. Calorie-dense winter meals weren't romantic. Barley, dried fish, maybe a thick stew as a deliberate strategy. The body converts it into heat while you sleep, a slow inner fire. You watch them drink a bit of mead or ale, not to get drunk, but to soften the chill in the mind. You can almost hear your modern self whispering about hydration and sleep quality. The Vikings would nod politely and then do what worked anyway. Outside, the blizzard is now blowing at full force. Inside, the longhouse is calm. You feel the contrast on your skin. You're safe enough to relax. And your eyelids feel that pleasant weight. The night isn't over. It isn't even close to over. You still have to choose where and how you'll sleep, and how you'll manage it without a proper hearth or a chimney to tame the smoke. But for now, watch the household settle into the storm the way a ship settles into harbor. You take one last long breath. You taste the smoke, the wool and the fat cooked low over the fire, and you let your shoulders drop. The longhouse is holding you. The air is furious, and somewhere between those two facts, your Viking night truly begins. The hearth, the smoke hole, and the logic of a chimney-less house. You move closer to the wall where the draft is weakest, and you start noticing what isn't here. In your world. A winter house almost automatically means a fireplace, a brick throat pulling smoke upward, a tidy spot to warm your hands and pretend you're in a holiday catalog. Here, that tidy picture never really existed. You look around and you see the hearth. Yes, but there's no built-in stone fireplace, no tall chimney. The fire is open, wide, and low, like a leashed pet. This absence isn't a mistake. This is exactly how the place is meant to work, long before anyone in Scandinavia built fancy chimneys. People built with what they had on hand: timber, turf, and plenty of patience. A hearth in the Yahar, Middle radiates heat in every direction. That matters in a hall where everyone shares the same big room. A single fireplace built into a wall would warm one corner while leaving the rest cold. Here, heat seeps outward like ripples from a stone dropped in a pond. You feel this logic immediately. Put yourself near the center. Your cheeks melt. Head toward the edges. Your nose cools again. The house is a heat map, and the hearth is its compass. Here's a general historical fact for you. As you move through this night, keep the smoke in your pocket. In most Viking Age longhouses, open central hearths were standard, and true stone fireplaces with chimneys only became common later. In medieval Northern Europe, in the Viking period, smoke generally rose through a roof vent or filtered out beneath the rafters. That meant indoor life was always in a gentle negotiation with smoke. You can see that bargain in the blackened door frames above, slick with years of soot. Not a pretty sight, but proof the house has been doing this for a long time. You tilt your head up. The beams are so low you can almost picture the smoke sliding along the ceiling like another half-domesticated occupant of the house. Some of it escapes through the roof opening. Some of it settles into the wood, protecting it from rot and insects. That last part is interesting, because it turns a nuisance into an advantage. Breathing smoke is uncomfortable, yes, but it also keeps pests away and helps dry out the interior. The Vikings didn't have chemical sprays or sealed plastic containers. They had a smoky roof and a high tolerance for minor discomfort. You walk toward the door for a moment, just to feel the contrast, and a spear of cold plunges into your chest. You step back, thinking of architecture as essentially shaped frozen air. The longhouse is a creature built to prevent heat loss. It's long and narrow. The entrances are small. The walls are thick. Even without a fireplace, it holds heat the way a thermos holds tea. You start to understand why a chimney was never the obvious choice. In a world where stone wasn't always plentiful, fuel was precious, and the whole household lived together, a simple open hearth was practical. Still, practical doesn't mean easy. You can feel the smoke in your hair, and on your tongue. It stings a little, especially if you linger too long in the wrong pocket of air. You notice people don't sit wherever they please. They know the best spots. Near the hearth, there's a low zone where the smoke drifts just above head height. There are benches where you can work without coughing. There's a reason the sleeping platforms are raised and placed along the walls. Higher up, depending on how the smoke moves, the air is sometimes cleaner and warmer. But that movement is never perfectly predictable. And that's where the debate comes in. Scientists still don't fully agree on how completely sealed Viking longhouses were during the coldest months. Some interpret the evidence as suggesting smoke holes were kept fairly open to prevent suffocation and keep the hearth usable. Others think households partly closed the vents during blizzards, accepting thicker smoke in exchange for extra warmth. This debate matters because it changes the sensory reality of nights like this. Was it a breathable, lightly smoky comfort, or a hazy fog you had to endure to survive? Depending on the weather, the region, and the stubborn habits of the people inside, you can sense that either answer could be true. You pass by the corner, where the animals stand quietly chewing, Their breath forms small clouds in the air, and you imagine how that might mix with the smoke, creating a different way of thinking about indoor air than you're used to. It isn't sterile. It's alive. The warmth comes from bodies, from fire, and from insulation, all working together, because there's no separate hearthroom and no chimney pulling smoke out in an orderly way. The longhouse feels more like a shelter than a modern home, more like a campsite than a house. The goal isn't perfection. It's shelter. Someone calls you over. A man with a weathered face is checking the wall where the wind hits hardest. He presses his hand to the timber. Then he tucks a tuft of wool into a crack you can barely see. The wool isn't wasted. It's old, maybe cut from a torn garment. And now it's on draft-blocking duty. He does it with the ease of someone who's been patching winter leaks since childhood. You realize that dealing with cold here isn't a seasonal job. It's a constant small task. Every gust of wind is a reminder to patch, stack, pack, and tighten. You sit down near a woman twisting rope by the bay. Light dot. She keeps working as if the blizzard were background music. You ask about the smoke and the missing fireplace, and she shrugs as if to say, "That's just life." Then she tells you something strange. She says that in some households far to the north, when firewood was scarce, they'd mix in dried seaweed or even fish bones for fuel, because anything that burns, burns. This is an interesting note for this part of the story. It isn't universal, and some of it comes from later accounts and local traditions. But it fits a real problem. In treeless coastal regions, or in especially harsh winters, people improvised fuel. Imagine fish-scented smoke drifting into your blankets. Not pleasant, but better than freezing. After hearing that, you look at the hearth again and suddenly feel grateful for birch and pine. Still, you notice the fire isn't roaring. Controlled, steady heat. People add fuel slowly. They keep the flames low to avoid wasting wood and to keep the smoke from getting too thick. It's a balancing act. Too little fire chills the hall. Too much fire turns the roof into a smoke trap, or, worse, a hazard. Open hearths make sparks a constant risk. Nearby you see a bucket, water, and a ready pile of sand for emergencies. Fire is friend and threat at the same time. The minutes tick by. The storm keeps hammering the walls, and you start to notice that the Vikings didn't rely on a single heat source. The hearth is only one piece. Without fireplaces, they leaned on design and habit. They wore thick clothing indoors. They gathered people and animals together. They closed the shutters early. They kept ceilings low and rooms small to reduce the volume of air that needed heating. Even the daily schedule shifted. Work requiring fine hand skills happened near the hearth. Work that could be done drowsily happened at the edges. Living here feels like learning the rules of a quiet game. You listen to the wind and imagine what it would feel like outside right now. Not cold, especially if you're wet. Will punch through your clothes within minutes. You imagine a traveler trying to dig a snow pit on the road, trying to keep a small flame alive in a screaming wind. By comparison, the longhouse, even without a fireplace, is a fortress. Though not comfortable by modern standards, stable, sufficient, you start to understand why sufficient matters so much. Someone starts preparing the fire for the night. You watch the routine. They gather the coals into a tight core. They add a thicker piece of wood that will burn slowly. They sprinkle ash around the edges to prevent flare-ups. This is the pre-bedtime ritual, like adjusting the thermostat or pulling up the covers. You feel the room getting ready for sleep, not with lights dramatically switched off, but with small decisions that protect everything. You rub your hands together. Sitting together, you feel the smoke settling into your skin. You're getting used to it. The house smells of labor, like old stories worked into the wood. And now you understand that the missing fireplace isn't actually a shortcoming. It's a different solution to the same problem. Heat without waste, smoke without suffocation, survival without luxury. If compromise is a whole architecture, you lean back against a bench and let the rhythm of the storm and the hearth blur together into a soft, steady pulse. You can almost feel your own body slump toward it, ready to follow the household deeper into the night. You look at the longhouse, walls the way you'd look at a cliff edge on a winter hike, not because it's beautiful, but because your safety depends on it. The storm outside keeps showing itself, but here, the wall feels like a calm shoulder between you and the chaos. You lean closer. You place your palm against the inner surface. Not smooth plaster, wood, rough in places, warmed by countless bodies leaning against it over the years. You know there's more behind that timber. The house isn't a single layer. It's layered, just like dressing in layers when the cold intensifies. You can feel the thickness just by listening. When the wind hits outside, you hear a muffled thud instead of a sharp rattle. That sound tells you there's mass here. Many Viking longhouses used a combination of timber frames and walls filled with turf or earth. Archaeological digs across Scandinavia have sometimes uncovered these thick, insulated structures, timber outer layers filled in with turf, stone, and earth. In other words, these people built their homes the way they built ships, with the weather's fury in mind. The wall is a bargain with winter. Shout as loud as you like. The wall says, "You won't get in." You look down the length of the hall. The roof is low-pitched, and the walls rise just as much as needed. A tall, airy room would be a disaster. Heat would rise and get lost in useless space. Here, the ceiling presses down like a warm hand. The air volume is smaller, easier to keep above freezing. You feel it in your breath. You're not blowing clouds indoors. Even that, while the world outside turns pure white, is a quiet miracle. A woman carrying an armful of straw to refresh the sleeping platforms passes by you. As she passes, you notice her shoulder brushes the wall without thinking. No one avoids the wall for being cold, especially in the lower zones, where the turf and earth store heat. It's part of the warm zone. Thick materials act like a battery. They absorb heat from the hearth and from bodies, and slowly release it through the night. You might not call it thermal mass, but you can feel that it works. The house isn't dependent on a constantly roaring fire. It's dependent on holding on to whatever warmth it gets and rationing it out. Hour by hour. Outside, another strong gust arrives. The wall doesn't tremble. It answers with a low, ancient creak. That sound is strangely comforting. The longhouse is practically alive. It flexes, It settles and makes room for the storm to pass over. You remember how low, almost crouched, the house looked from outside. That's no accident. A low profile means less wind force. With a turf or earth-covered roof, the whole structure becomes heavier. The wind's leverage is reduced. Even the snow piling on top helps, pressing down and sealing gaps. It's as if nature adds its own insulation as the blizzard grows. You take a step. You move toward the far end of the longhouse, where supplies are stored. Here the floor is a bit more worn, and the air a bit cooler. The hearth's warmth reaches this far, but softened. Still, not unpleasant. You run your fingers along a beam, and the trace feels dry, chalky. Up above, you can see the marks smoke has left on the beams over decades. That staining is proof not just of fire, but of continuity. When you see a house with years etched into its bones, you understand that people have weathered many winters here. This place has passed the test again and again. Your mind drifts to the materials. Turf, not glamorous. Turf and its roots are cut into blocks and stacked like earthen bricks. But turf is excellent for cold climates, because dense vegetation traps air inside, forming a thick layer of insulation. Especially in Iceland, where timber was scarce, turf houses were common for centuries, and Viking Age ancestors set the example. The smell of turf is faintly sweet and damp, like earth after rain, but in winter it becomes part of the house's protective scent. Earth, smoke, animal warmth, wool, a whole bouquet of survival. One of the men, broad-shouldered and heavy-eyed, notices you examining the wall. He nods slightly. Then he looks at you with a crooked grin, like a child impressed by a grown-up's trick. He knocks on the wall with his knuckles. Solid. Then he points to where two boards meet and shows you the seam, packed with moss and wool. It stops the wind. Imagine, he says, how much patience it takes to fill every seam before winter, and then to check them again during storms like this. Maintenance here isn't a special event. It's part of breathing near the seam. A small basket full of dried moss catches your eye because it looks almost too simple. Moss isn't a fancy insulating material, but it's easy to gather, easy to pack, and surprisingly effective. Drawing on later Scandinavian rural practices and the logic of the environment, there are hints that people used moss, grass, and even animal hair to seal cracks. You imagine someone in autumn walking a child along the walls, showing them how to prevent drafts. A lesson passed down not from books, but from cold fingers. You touch the packed moss and feel that it's dry all the way through, not spongy. That shows very little moisture is getting in. Moisture is cold's best friend. A damp wall will pull heat from you within minutes. So the whole purpose of the house is to stay dry. The roof's turf layer sheds water slowly. Smoke dries out the interior. The fire keeps humidity low. Even the animals help by providing steady warmth. Every element is part of a single system working toward one final goal. Never let moisture win. As you stand there, you remember that some longhouses were built partly sunk into the ground. This is another well-documented practice in parts of the Viking world. A lower floor line meant walls were shielded by earthen banks that cut the wind and balanced the temperature, like building your house inside a blanket. An extra trick if you're living at the edge of habitable land. You can almost feel how the earth itself became a shield, refusing to let the cold get a clean shot at you. But not everything is perfectly understood. There's still serious disagreement about how much of the wall structure was wood versus earth across different regions and social classes. Some researchers think wealthier farms had more wood-heavy walls. Others argue earth and turf were nearly universal because they're simply better for insulation regardless. The picture changes depending on where the evidence was found, and what remains is sometimes frustratingly incomplete. But tonight, you don't need to settle the debate. The wall you're leaning against is thick enough to make you forget the storm for a moment. That's a truth you can feel without any footnotes. The roof, the smoke, and the negotiation of airy. You slide your hands along the wall and pull back toward the center, and you start noticing the roof again. From inside, it looks nothing like a modern ceiling. There's no clean plaster. You see a skeleton, beams, crossbeams, a frame carrying a heavy shell. The smoky air curls up there, slow and lazy. Right now, in a blizzard, the roof is everything. The turf layer on top provides insulation, but it also makes the roof heavier and sturdier. Snow piles on top and acts as extra insulation. You might worry about collapse, but the beams are thick, and the pitch helps shed some of the weight. Yes, a violent storm could still be dangerous. But these houses were built for a world that expects snow. They sized the skeleton of the structure accordingly. A child near you giggles and points up. You follow their finger and see small, faintly glinting icicles hanging inside. Near the smoke hole, a small reminder that winter can slip in wherever it finds a way. The opening in the roof is necessary for smoke, light, and ventilation. But it's also a weak point. In the fiercest storms, snow can get in. That's why the household places a bucket underneath to catch the meltwater, and people know to keep bedding away from that area. Nothing traumatic, just housekeeping. As you look up, a light dusting of soot-flecked snow drifts down, and you blink. Half-dash amused. The house reflects its own long history back at you. You brush the grime off your arm and think about how soot might actually help protect the roof beams. The way salty air preserves fish, keeping insects away. The thing that stings your eyes is also part of why you're not sleeping under a roof full of woodworm. Near the far wall, you see something hanging like decoration, a shield. Of course, it's partly there for readiness. But in the harshest parts of winter, it also provides an extra thin layer against drafts. Sometimes practical solutions turn into aesthetics by accident. A house braced against both people and weather uses the same objects against both. If a shield can turn away a sword blow, maybe it can also soften a draft slipping through a doorway. You keep that thought in mind. Smiling at the improvisation, you return to your spot beside the sleeping platforms, and now the wall feels different to you. Not background, active, part of your comfort. People sit tonight leaning their backs against it because it gives off steady warmth and holds it. You notice the bedding is arranged with the wall in mind. Straw closest to the wall, then furs on top. That way the cold coming off the timber doesn't reach in. Even the way people lean their cloaks against the wall in the evening lets the fabric warm up before bed. These are small habits built on the assumption that the wall will do its job, and it does. The blizzard continues, but it starts fading from your awareness that the longhouse has absorbed its noise into thick layers of earth and wood. You breathe deeper. Your body is no longer braced against the cold. You're slowly slipping into a feeling of being held. These walls exist for that, not to impress or dazzle, but to endure, and to let you endure alongside them. And settling into that thought, you realize the Vikings' answer to a fireplace less. Winter was never just fire. The architecture acted like another garment, another person, another promise, a wall made of turf, wood, and stubbornness. The storm can howl. The wall keeps saying no. You lift your eyes again, because there's something in this house that keeps pulling your attention upward. Not a painted ceiling, not a proud carving. The open throat in the roof, the smoke hole, a dark square pressed against the night, like a hand on the warm interior. Earlier, it seemed like a simple vent. Now, as the blizzard intensifies, it feels like a character in the room. Silent, yes, but also the thin line between breathing and choking, light and dark, a livable hall and a sealed smoke box. You watch the smoke's journey. It rises from the hearth in lazy ribbons. Then it starts moving along the beams. At first, it looks heavy, like it wants to stay, but then it finds the opening and slips out with a slow exhale. This isn't a chimney forcefully pulling smoke up. It's more like the house's own inhale-exhale. When the wind outside blows gently, the smoke slips out smoothly. On a night like tonight, when the wind is fierce, the air gets pushed back down and the smoke swirls and hesitates. You can feel the room adjusting itself, as if everyone instinctively knows which way the air is leaning. One thing the evidence makes fairly clear. Viking-age longhouses relied on roof vents or smoke holes for ventilation. Central hearth couldn't operate safely without a way for the smoke to escape. That's why most halls were built with some kind of opening. At the highest point, some had simple gaps along the ridge. Others used a sliding, shuttered cap. Either way, the smoke hole is a fundamental, widely accepted feature of this architecture. You're looking at a solution nearly as old as building a fire indoors. Still, you notice how much of a compromise it is. The smoke hole throws out what you don't want, but it also lets in what you fear. In the harshest moments, tiny snowflakes drift through, spinning in the smoky light and settling to the floor like soft white specks. Each snowflake melts quickly in the warmth. But it reminds you that this opening is never free. You can breathe, but winter still gets a finger through the door. You stand beneath the opening, not directly under it, because that's the cold drip zone, but close enough to feel the faint draft. The air here is cooler and carries a hint of scent from outside, sharp and clean compared to the smoky interior. That clean smell is strangely comforting. It balances the smell of the fire and makes you feel a little less trapped. The Vikings weren't allergic to fresh air. They just needed it on their own terms. The smoke hole was their way of negotiating those terms. Woman with hair braided as thick as rope notices. You lingering there. She tosses a small handful of dried juniper onto the coals. The smoke changes instantly, sweeter, more solemn, almost medicinal. You blink, surprised at how pleasant it is. She smiles. Juniper smoke, she claims, is good for the air. Maybe it protects against illness. Maybe it just helps the hall smell nicer after the animals, the wet days, and the people living so closely together. There's no lab test to prove she's right, but echoes of this practice exist. In Scandinavian tradition, people burned scented branches, herbs, or even resin to change the feel and scent of indoor air. This is an unusual small detail for this part of the story. Half practical, half psychological, a small comfort, and it tells you that even in survival mode, people wanted their homes to feel good, not just function. You go back to watching the airflow. The blizzard is loud now, but inside you hear a different sound. Smoke slipping through the beams makes a faint whisper, almost like a tide. You imagine people, later, turning their faces away from the strongest smoke currents, tilting their heads so they don't breathe in the thickest layer as they lie down. You can understand now why the sleeping platforms are raised a little. Higher up, the air can be warmer, but it can also be smokier. The ideal height depends on the wind and the fire. Some nights you might want to sleep lower to avoid smoke irritation. Other nights you might climb higher to escape the cold of the floor. Sleeping here isn't a fixed arrangement. It's a reactive craft. There's another subtle benefit you might not expect. Without candles burning all night and no glass windows to gather daylight, the smoke hole works like a lantern. This opening in the roof lets in a thin beam of starlight or moonlight. Even on cloudy nights, the light is faint, but your eyes adjust. You can see well enough to move without tripping over sleeping bodies, well enough to reach the fire. If care is needed, that thin sliver of visibility matters in the deep darkness of a storm. Near the high seat, one of the men gets up and reaches upward with a long pole. He touches something above, maybe a simple shutter or a piece of hide. The smoke hole narrows a bit. You feel the draft settle. The air inside warms slightly, and the smoke thickens a little. He's adjusting the house like a thermostat. Except his thermostat is a hole in the roof and numb fingers. You realize how specialized this knowledge is. Not everyone in the hall makes this adjustment. It's a skill learned over many winters. The opening is a dial, and someone has to know exactly how much to turn it. That's where the uncertainty comes in too. Modern researchers don't agree on how standardized these vents were, or how actively they were managed. Some reconstructions assume the opening mostly stayed fixed, relying on the natural rise of smoke and gaps in the roof. Other interpretations suggest people actively used movable covers, especially in harsh weather, to reduce heat loss while still ensuring enough ventilation to survive. The archaeological record gives clues, but it doesn't always give clear instructions, and regional traditions may have varied widely. So even today, there's a living question hanging in the rafters. How completely did the Vikings really seal themselves enduring storms? And how much smoke were they willing to accept as the price? You breathe slowly and test your own tolerance. If you breathe in sharply, the smoke stings. If you breathe slowly through your nose, it's easier, almost soothing. You imagine falling asleep to this smell. Not comforting like a vanilla candle, not the smell of warmth that has to be earned. On a psychological level, the smoke tells you the fire is alive. If the smoke stops and the fire cools, that means danger. So that faint haze becomes a comfort signal. The way the hum of a modern heater might be for you, your mind drifts to how people might have used smoke. It's easy to forget, in a world without refrigerators, that smoke was a form of preservation out above you. In the roof openings, strips of meat hang, dark silhouettes swaying gently. Heat and smoke are slowly curing them. You're not just in a sleeping hall. You're in a food workshop, that your bed is right under a kind of ladder loft. It feels strange to you, but it makes sense. The hottest, smokiest air is up near the ceiling. That's where they hang the food. The smoke hole also regulates this curing environment. Too much draft and the smoke disperses too quickly. Too little and the air goes stale. Inside a longhouse, every winter night is a quiet act for preserving future meals. A child crouches near the hearth, tapping a glowing stick with a piece of wood. He's told to stop, but not harshly. You can tell he's learning, with small hands nearby. The fire is never left unattended. In this kind of open hearth world, sparks are a constant risk. And the smoke hole is part of preventing disaster. If you can't push the smoke out, the fire has to be smaller. If the fire is too small, you freeze. If the fire is too big, you choke or burn the roof. The smoke hole is the balance point in the survival. Triangle. As you understand the system more deeply, you feel your shoulders loosen. The blizzard outside is trying to steal heat. The hearth is trying to make it. The smoke hole is trying to throw out the bad part without letting in too much cold. It's a fragile arrangement, but one that's been used for so long, it feels almost effortless to the people around you. A fresh gust blows over the roof, and for a moment, the smoke gets pushed sideways, curling toward your face. Your eyes water slightly. Someone laughs quietly. A familiar sound. They aren't bothered like you are, because this is the air they grew up in. They know the wind will change direction again, and it does. The smoke lifts, slides, escapes. The house returns to its slow breathing. You settle back toward the middle of the hall. You lower your gaze from the roof to the people. They're calming down, not talking less. Moving toward their beds, the smoke hole above keeps doing its invisible job. In a modern house, you might not. Think about it. Here you can't help but think about it, because it's both danger and helper. A reminder that comfort in this world is never total. Always up for negotiation. Now you feel sleepy, and the idea of climbing onto the sleeping platform seems not just possible, but appealing. You look up one last time. The opening is a black square framed by beams, snowflakes drifting through it like white insects, as if the night sky is peering in to check on you. You accept the arrangement. You breathe in the smoky warmth. You let a little winter slip in from the roof, because the alternative is no warmth at all. And as the hall grows even quieter, you understand that the smoke hole isn't a flaw in the longhouse. It's how the longhouse survives. You move toward the long side of the hall. Here the raised platforms wait like quiet racks for human bodies. Before, you only glanced at them. Now, as the blizzard strengthens outside and the fire is banked down for the night, these benches become the true center of survival. You climb carefully onto one. Your boots scrape against the wood, and you feel the platform lift you away from the cold bite of the floor. This isn't a springy bed with soft sheets. It's a wide wooden ledge running the length of the wall, sometimes divided into family sections, sometimes an open shared shelf. You can imagine generations climbing up here, with tired limbs, not each one trusting that this wooden strip was the difference between waking and not waking. The surface is layered. First there's straw, flattened by countless sleepers. On top of that are woven blankets and hides. Some patched and worn, some thick and glossy, the kind that says the household did well during hunting season. When you kneel and press your palm into the bed, you feel the trapped air. Air is a secret ally in winter. A good bed doesn't need to be fluffy. It needs pockets of still air that your body can warm and hold. You also catch the smell of straw, dry, sweet, farmyard scented, mixed with smoke and wool. That smell says life continues even through the dark months of the Viking world. These side platforms, or sleeping benches, are a well-known feature of longhouse interiors. Archaeologists have found post holes, bench remnants, and interior layouts showing people slept along the walls rather than in separate rooms. This isn't some odd exception. It's architecture built on the idea that heat is shared. The hearth warms the center. The benches warm each other. The wall holds heat. Sleep is a group project. You lower yourself onto the platform and let your legs dangle for a moment. The wood beneath you is smooth in some places, rough in others. Polished by use. You imagine this piece of furniture is also furniture in daily life. During the day, these benches are used for sitting, working, organizing tools, nursing babies, telling stories. At night, they become a shoreline where everyone pulls their blankets. The longhouse doesn't transform into a bedroom by changing rooms. It transforms by changing how the same space is used. This feels strangely efficient, like living inside a Swiss Army knife. People start gathering around you. A couple at the far end sits quietly, heads leaning close together. An old man groans as he lowers himself onto the platform, relaxing once his back touches the wall. Two children roll in after him, and no one objects as they wedge themselves between adult bodies. You notice no one is trying to sleep. Alone. This isn't just a social custom. It's physics. Bodies radiate heat. Your skin warms the air around you. If you sleep alone, that warm bubble drifts away. If you sleep close to others, your warm bubbles overlap, and the shared heat builds faster. The platform turns into a quilt made of people. You shift sideways to make room, and you feel the benefit immediately. Here, a stranger's shoulder against yours isn't uncomfortable. It's comforting. Their breath warms your upper arm. The fur draped over both of you becomes more effective because it's covering a larger shared heat source. Think of the bed as a heat island, living inside the house. Outside the island, cold rules. On the island, heat is generated and preserved. You notice how the platform is positioned. Against the wall, but not pressed right up to it. There's enough gap for the bedding to tuck in and for air to move. The wall behind you isn't icy. It's spent the whole evening half-absorbing heat, slowly storing warmth. Leaning your back against, it feels like leaning against a huge, patient, warm stone. The height of the platform is also tuned to the room. High enough to avoid catching the thickest smoke, low enough to avoid the floor's cold. An ideal spot shaped by trial and error across centuries. A. Woman unfolds a long blanket. Then she folds the thick part to go under her hips. She pats the bed twice, like she's fluffing a pillow. You watch carefully, because there's a quiet competence in her movements, the kind that comes from someone who's survived many winters. She isn't building a nest for luxury. She's setting a heat trap. First straw for insulation, then wool to stay warm even if damp, fur on top to block drafts, then a cloak or another blanket over the shoulders. The order matters. You follow her example and arrange your own layers. While doing this, you glance at a small carved wooden object tucked near the corner of the bed. It has a hollow inside with a cloth strip tied around it. One of the children whispers that it's used to hold a hot stone in place, so it doesn't roll and burn anyone. You smile at such a specific, practical bedtime object. Not every household has a carved stone holder like this. And you can't call it universal, but it shows a playful ingenuity in small corners of Viking life. People tinkered, invented, and adapted everything, right down to the problem of hot stones escaping in the night. The hall grows even quieter. Some are already wrapped tightly in blankets. Others are still murmuring, their voices as soft as wool. You notice the platform near the high seat has more furs and thicker blankets. Status still shows in the bedding. The chief's family doesn't sleep in a separate palace wing, but they sleep in better clothing. Still, in a blizzard, hierarchy is a thin line. If the fire goes out, everyone faces the same cold. That shared risk is one of the reasons the hall feels like a single organism. Your breathing slows, and you sink down. The platform creaks as bodies shift their weight. A sound like an old ship settling into a dock. You realize how much trust this arrangement requires. You're sleeping close enough to other people that you'd feel it if someone twitched through a bad dream. Close enough that if there are lice around, they'd hop over easily. Close enough that privacy is a myth. But the Vikings valued survival more than solitude. Also, in a world with a long dark winter was as much an enemy as any raider, closeness could feel like a kind of shield. There's still some uncertainty about how strictly these sleeping zones were assigned. Researchers drawing on sagas and household layouts debate whether platforms were divided precisely by family, gender, and rank, or whether winter storms forced a more flexible mix. Some interpretations suggest clear divisions along social lines. Other evidence implies people shifted positions based on the season, guest list, and warming needs. The truth may be both. There are rules, and then blizzards happen. Tonight you can see the rule, but you can also see people wedged wherever makes sense. Heat makes its own logic. A man beside you leans over and tucks a rolled-up blanket against the edge of the platform like a barrier. You notice it's blocking a draft trying to rise from below. That little roll also stops sparks from the hearth from reaching the bed. The platform isn't just a bed, it's a protected little environment. You're sleeping inside the walls of a small winter fortress. As you settle in, you notice a subtle rhythm. People don't all fall asleep at once. They drift off gradually. First the children's breathing quickens and then slowly deepens. Then the adults settle. Their joints find a bearable position. Then the adults' shoulders drop. This gradual relaxation is part of keeping the hall calm. If everyone thrashed around at once, the beds could shift, sparks could fly, and the whole system would feel less stable. Sleeping here is a form of social etiquette. You think about how different this is from your modern bedtime, locked in a private room, maybe with a white noise machine and a door you can shut against the world. Here the world is inside with you. That might feel overwhelming, but as the minutes pass, you feel the opposite. Closeness makes you sleepy. Human warmth, human sound, and the shared certainty that if you woke in terror, someone would be nearby. The hall is a cradle of intertwined lives. The blizzard's roar is still there, but now it feels far away. Like something happening on another planet. The walls did their job. The roof did its job. The hearth did its job. And now the sleeping platforms are doing theirs. The longhouse transforms from a survival shelter into a place your body can finally shut down. Your cheek rests against wool. Itchy for a moment, then a texture you stop noticing. The fur over your shoulders is heavy in the best way, like a weighted blanket designed by a bear. You feel someone's elbow gently press your ribs as they shift position. No apology, no need. You shift too, and the platform creaks again. Then it stops. You close your eyes. The last thing you register is the quiet, steady heat rising among bodies and bedding, and the thought that a fireplace-less winter sleep is exactly this. Not a single source of comfort. A shared architecture of warmth. Raised wood, layered straw, and a sky sharpened like a blade over people who know how to sleep close together. Your breath matches the corridor's breath. You're on the platform now. You're inside the storm, and you're safe enough to drift. Half settled into the platform, you feel a new kind of warmth rising, not from the hearth, not from the person leaning against your shoulder, but from below and nearby. Very faint at first, as you imagined. Then you notice the rhythm, a soft rustle, a quiet grunt, the faintest hoof sound in packed earth. You open your eyes slightly and look toward the dim end of the longhouse where the animals stand, sharing this roof with you. Their presence isn't decorative, isn't sentimental. It's a winter strategy with a heartbeat. In the flicker of ember light, you can make out a cow's broad flank, a sheep's woolly body, a goat's narrow face. All of them breathing slow clouds into air. You and your neighbors will also breathe. They aren't tucked away in a barn across the yard, because in a blizzard, that barn could be a death trap. The wind could tear it apart. Snowdrifts could seal the door shut. Predators could stalk the storm like a shadow. So the animals come inside with you, and just like everything else in winter, you share the warmth too. Especially in Norway, Sweden, and North Atlantic settlements. Many long houses were built as combined living and buyer structures, with people and animals sharing the same building, usually separated by a low partition or a slightly lower floor area for the animals. Excavations clearly show this layout, manure layers and stall features at one end, domestic activity at the other. This arrangement is a widely accepted basic point about rural Viking life. You might wrinkle your nose at it with a modern kind of disgust, but it's hard to argue with physics. A single cow, just by existing, radiates heat like a small stove. A few cows, sheep, and goats together can meaningfully raise the indoor temperature, especially on the coldest nights. When you shift your legs, you feel that warmth again. as if the longhouse floor is one giant slow radiator. The animal side of the room sits a little lower, and you can feel the warm air from there being gently pushed upward by their bodies and their breathing. Heat rises, spreads. It finds the platforms running along the walls. You're not sleeping above the walls. You're sleeping beside the animals, in their thermal neighborhood, and you can feel it. The smell is certainly distinctive. Straw, animal hide, and the sweet sour whiff of manure might not sound pleasant, but as your body relaxes, you notice your brain filing it under safe place. Animals mean wealth. Animals mean milk, meat, wool, hide, and manure for spring fields. On a blizzard night, animals also mean warmth and a kind of companionship that asks no questions. Their sounds become part of the lullaby here. An occasional chew, a slow exhale, a hoof shift as they resettle their weight, like falling asleep beside a quiet engine. Someone near you pulls the blanket down to cover their feet more, and that makes you notice another practical detail. The platforms are higher than the animal floor, but not isolated from it. The warmth rising from below reaches your legs and feet first, the parts that cool fastest. People knew this. They arranged their sleeping positions with the animal's heat in mind. If possible, point your feet toward the warm side. Keep your head away from the draft. The body angles itself to catch the rising heat without catching the strongest smell. It's an invisible geometry of comfort. You think back to the cold you felt earlier on the bare earth floor. If you'd slept there, even on straw, the ground would have slowly drained your heat all night. On the platform, you're insulated dot, and below you and nearby, the animals are heating the air, creating a second layer of defense that in turn warms the building materials around them. The longhouse is a heat network. Every warm body contributes. A child on the platform near you whispers that the cow's name is something like white ear, and that she gets fussy if she can't see the hearth. The child says it as if the cow's mood affects everyone's night too. You smile into the dark. It's a little too human a thought, but it also reminds you that these aren't anonymous heat machines. Members of the household, individuals. This closeness shapes how people treat them. They're inside your home. So you watch them. You listen to them. You live alongside them as neighbors. There's another side to this too. Keeping the animals inside wasn't only about warmth. It also helped protect them from predators or wolves, and kept them from wandering into snowdrifts and breaking a leg. But right now, the part you feel most clearly is the warmth. You imagine that even generations later, in rural Scandinavia, this arrangement continued much the same. You've probably heard stories about farmhouses, where you could hear cows breathing through the walls. This isn't some Viking invention that vanished. It's a solution that persisted because it worked for cold climates. You listen more closely and hear a low, almost murmuring sound, not a song, not a human voice, but a kind of contented animal grumble, strangely soothing. Your eyelids grow heavy. Your own breath slows to match the tempo of the hall. The animal side is like a warm, tide pool. Even without going there, you feel its effect. Then your mind snags on a small oddity. Near the animals, at the far edge of the partition, you see a shallow wooden trough filled with dried seaweed and leftover straw. An old man quietly explains that in the harshest storms, Some households throw extra bedding or seaweed near the animals to keep them warmer and drier, which also helps them stay calmer, not almost in passing. He adds that sometimes a favorite lamb or a newborn calf, if it's weak, gets moved even closer to the human side. This turns into a stranger, more tender kind of winter practice. People use their own body heat to save the animals, and then rely on the animals' warmth to save themselves. This mutual rescue is a slightly unusual detail for this part of the story. If such a phrase makes sense, it's practical affection back in your own spot. You can feel the animals breathing into the shared air. Their exhales add moisture. That would be a problem if the hall were cold. Damp air steals heat. But thanks to the burning hearth and the smoke drying out the beams, the moisture balances out into warmth rather than a clinging chill. Another delicate balance you didn't expect. Too little ventilation with too many animals could make the air heavy and unhealthy. Too few animals, and you lose a valuable heat source. The household always measures not by numbers, but by feel, skin, and nose. As you drift back toward sleep, you start wondering about the exact boundary between the human and animal areas. Some longhouses show clear physical divisions. Others look more integrated. Among researchers, there's still an open question about how consistently people maintained a strict barrier, especially on small farms or in extreme weather. Some interpretations suggest the animals were kept tightly confined in a designated area, and people never crossed the line except to tend them. Other interpretations allow for freer movement, even letting animals into the open hall during the worst cold. The evidence paints different pictures depending on place and time. So the debate isn't about whether the animals were inside, because we know they often were. It's about how close this fusion got on the nights when the cold was trying to kill everything. The goat bleats sharply and suddenly once, and the woman beside you clicks her tongue. The goat falls silent again. Even the animals seem to understand the rules of a blizzard night. You can almost feel their tension. Animals react to pressure changes, to the noise of the wind, to the strange muffled way snow seems to swallow every outside sound. Their calmness matters, because a panicking cow could knock over a partition, spill feed, or wake the whole hall. People tend to them before bed, not give them enough straw. Check their hooves. Soothe their nerves the way you'd stroke a child's hair. You watch someone doing this now. A quick hand to a cow's neck, a low murmur, and the cow settles into that heavy stillness that radiates warmth. You think about the ground where the animal area is, chewed grass, straw, and trampled earth, warmer than the human floor, because people are on it all day. The manure layer even generates a little heat as it slowly breaks down. A slow compost warmth. You don't have to like this fact. Respect is enough. The medieval world was remarkably good at turning waste into survival without calling it sustainability. Here, the animal section is both a heater and a manure factory, and no one finds that strange. It's just the cycle. Sleep pulls you like a tide. The sounds of the hall soften. The animal's breathing settles into a slower, deeper rhythm. You feel your feet warming in a way that has nothing to do with the hearth. You realize a wall-mounted fireplace could never give a room this kind of heat. Biological warmth is like a slow-burning stove. it gives off gentle. Constant heat with no fuel cost beyond feeding the animal. Your thoughts slow, and a kind of peace settles over you. You're sharing a roof with animals who don't care about your worries. And that somehow makes tonight feel a little less sharp. You picture the blizzard outside again, the whiteout, the danger of getting lost 10 steps from the house. Then you picture this hall, with its thick walls, its banked fire, the human nest on the benches, and the animals breathing warmth into the darkness. You understand that Viking winter sleep was never a single trick. It's an orchestra of small, sensible choices. And tonight, the ensemble is playing low, steady notes. Now you close your eyes completely. The last thing you register is the soft animal heat, rising like a hidden blanket beneath the longhouse. And your body's quiet, gratitude for sharing the night with the creatures keeping you alive. Waking in the deep of the night, at some point in the middle of the night, you wake briefly, not fully awake, just slowly surfacing, as if the storm tugged gently on a thread tied to your ribs. The hall is darker now. The hearth is barely a low red eye in the center, and outside, the blizzard sound has settled into a steady hiss, like waves grinding against an icy shore. You can't see your own breath as vapor. That feels like a small victory. And then you feel the real reason you're fine. The layered clothes on your body, the quiet weight. Wool stacked and wrapped. Unspectacular, miraculous. Doing its job. Under the covers you shift and notice how much you're actually wearing, even in bed. A thick tunic that feels like a blanket on its own. Beneath it, a linen garment that keeps the itch from reaching your skin directly. Wool leggings, because the idea of bare legs in this cold is absurd here. Maybe 2 layers of socks, one thin, one thick. A cloak drawn over your shoulders like a portable wall. You're not sleeping in pajamas. You're sleeping in your daily armor, and you quickly learn this isn't overkill. This is simply the normal state of existence here. In the Viking world, wool is everywhere. Sheep were the backbone of rural life. They provided meat, milk, and most importantly, fiber. The loom weights, well-built walls, contextile fragments found in Viking Age settlements point to a wool economy that produced thick, tightly woven, remarkably warm clothing. This is a solid, well-supported point about daily life. Wool wasn't a luxury item reserved for heroes in sagas. It was the basic fabric of survival, and it holds heat even when damp. It breathes enough to reduce sweating, and it can be mended endlessly. You understand why the people in this hall relied more on wool than on the air itself. You press your fingers into the fabric on your chest, dense, faintly oily. The lanolin scent is still there, mixed with a hint of sheep and smoke. That oil matters. It helps repel moisture, which is half the battle in winter. Wet clothes steal heat fast. Dry lanolin-rich wool slows that theft. Even if snow gets in and melts on your cloak, the wool still insulates. Not magic, but it acts like magic. You think of your modern wardrobe. Maybe a cotton hoodie, cotton socks. Cotton feels nice, but turns spongy when wet. Here, cotton would be a liability. Wool, by contrast, is like a smart sponge. It holds a bit of moisture without turning cold. You can feel the difference already. Your outer layers act as a shield against drafts. Your inner layers act as a buffer against your own sweat. The Vikings didn't have synthetic fleece, but they clearly understood how to generate and hold heat using animals and time. You start to realize that layering wasn't accidental. It was practiced. The woman beside you is wearing a shirt first, then a tunic, then a heavy apron-like dress, then a cloak. The man near the high seat had a thick wool coat and a low cap. The children were wrapped in so much wool they looked like walking loaves of bread. Every layer traps air. Still air is warm. Moving air is cold. That's why you build small pockets of air between fabric and skin, between fabric and fabric, between fabric and cloak. When the wind tries to reach you, it has to pass through a maze of trapped heat. The genius of wool is how adjustable it is. Too hot, you open your cloak or remove a layer. Too cold, you fold it back. You don't need a thermostat. You need awareness. You can see people doing this even half asleep, pulling a cloak up when the wind shifts, loosening it when the hearth flares up. Your own body makes small adjustments without asking your brain's permission. Your hand finds the edge of your cloak not heavy enough to stay where you put it. Unlike a thin sheet that slides away, that weight is part of the comfort. It presses you into a small, stable climate. You feel safe. You also feel a slight itch, since untreated wool can be a bit scratchy. But because warmth takes priority, even the itch gets pushed to the background. Besides, the people here know tricks to make wool softer. A softer linen underlayer is rubbed with fat or oil dot, time and wear. Do you remember earlier? You saw someone spinning by the hearth. Wool production never really stops. Winter is spinning season. As the wind howls, people twist thread, mend cloaks, patch holes. Textiles are too valuable to waste, and a hole in a cloak isn't a fashion flaw. It's a door open to the cold. You. Look at the platform and see a child sleeping. Under a cloak patched in 3 different shades of brown dot, it looks like a map of past winters. Each patch represents a night survived. A small sound makes you smile. One of the children mutters in their sleep and pulls their cloak tighter, then relaxes again. You think about how the wool muffles sound softening. Footsteps, making the hall a quieter place. On a stormy night, that quiet matters almost as much as the warmth. You don't want sharp sounds waking the whole platform dot, so the layered clothing does double duty. It keeps heat in, and it keeps peace near your head. You notice a slightly odd corner of this textile world. Someone has tucked a small pouch under their pillow. It smells faintly of dried herbs. The old woman mentioned juniper smoke earlier. Now you notice people tuck herbs into their clothes or bedding too. Some for scent, some for comfort, some because they believe it wards off illness or nightmares. You catch a sweet rose or maybe yarrow scent, hard to tell in the smoky air. Herb sachets and scented additions show up in later Scandinavian folk practices, and it's likely similar habits existed in Viking communities, especially around sleep. This is an interesting human detail for this part of the story. Even wrapped in practical wool, your mind still wants a little softness. You feel your clothes and discover something else. The stitching is solid, carefully sewn. The Vikings valued good tailoring, not in a runway sense, but in the sense that a well-cut garment moves with you and preserves your heat. A loose tunic lets air circulate inside. A tight tunic holds warmth closer. Archaeological finds from places like Hidibi and Burqa show garments cut to allow movement without wasting fabric. These aren't sloppy sacks, they're engineered layers. Now you think about the colors, even in this dim light. You can make out blues, reds, browns. Some dyes come from imported materials, some from local plants. Dyed wool can be a status marker. But more importantly, it shows textiles weren't just about survival. People created beauty in the middle of hardship. Still, no one here trades warmth for style. Wool clothing comes thick first, decorative second. If it can be both, wonderful. If not, warmth wins. Your eyes close again, but your mind, comfortable and half-dreaming, keeps working with a light hum. You wonder if people in this culture ever slept naked. That seems absurd in this climate, and the evidence supports that most likely people slept in some form of clothing. Maybe if the hall was warm enough, they'd remove a heavy outer cloak, but they kept their inner wool layers on. Nakedness was for summer, or for a brief moment by the hearth, not for blizzard nights. Clothes are your second skin and your second wall. There's still a lively debate about how fine or coarse everyday wool was in different communities. Some evidence points to thin, tightly woven textiles nearly soft to the touch. Other evidence suggests coarser, hairier fabric was common among working families. The question is whether coarse wool was what most people had, or whether finer cloth was more common than we assume, because it survives less well in the soil. We know elite graves contain fine textiles, but ordinary life leaves fewer traces. So the exact texture of a typical winter cloak remains a puzzle textile historians are still piecing together. If you could time travel with a shopping bag, you'd be a hero to them. You hear the wind again, the way it moves across the roof. The hall is stable, but winter is never entirely static. A slight draft might slip under the door. The fire might dim. Someone might get up to use the outhouse and let cold air in briefly. That's why your warmth can't depend only on the room. It has to sit on you. That's the core truth of layering. You become a mobile shelter. When the air changes, you don't have to chase the hearth every time. Your clothes handle the shift first. You pull your cloak a little higher on your shoulders and feel that pocket of heat expand. Your body is a furnace, and your clothes are the walls keeping the heat from escaping. Simple, almost boring. That's exactly why it works. No dramatic heroics. Just wool and knowledge, held by people who've lived inside winter for generations. Someone at the edge of the platform coughs lightly. It reminds you that smoke, wool, and animals create a complicated kind of air. But even that cough fades, and the hall settles back into silence. As someone resettles, you hear the rustle of wool, the soft sound of a sheep shifting in its stall, the distant murmur of wind, a steady, sleepy backing track. You let yourself sink deeper. You feel the layered fabric on your arms, legs, and chest at an entirely different environment, wrapping around you. You can imagine that if you suddenly had to get up and step into the cold, you'd already be dressed for survival. No scrambling for clothes in an emergency. Here, the line between sleeping and living is thin, and wool is what makes that thin line safe. Your thoughts slow, the itch fades. The weight turns into comfort. The storm recedes into the background. You're wrapped in a portable climate, the kind you can carry with you, even if the outside world tries to erase everything. Grateful for sheep you've never met, and hands that learned long ago how to turn winter into thread. Drifting back to sleep, you sink further into the bed and now become aware of textures beyond the wool dot. It's as if the platform itself is gently nudging you to notice the next layer of Viking winter wisdom. Thick, glossy fur brushes your fingertips. Warmer than anything woven dot somewhere near your shoulder. A down-filled quilt rustles softly every time the person beside you shifts. These aren't decorative luxuries. They're the last line of defense between your body and the cold. The final comfort line after the fire has burned down and the longhouse has given all the warmth it can. You take a handful of fur. You feel the dense undercoat and the smooth guard hairs dot. It smells faintly of smoke. Earth. There's also a slightly animal musk that even washing can't fully remove. This isn't modern winter's synthetic fur. This is the real pelt of a creature that once weathered storms fiercer than the one battering this longhouse tonight. Viking. Communities relied heavily on animal hides, not just for clothing, but for bedding, excavations, and textual. References show that households had a variety of hides: sheep, goat, cattle, reindeer, and sometimes fox or bear. Using fur for sleeping wasn't a sign of luxury. It was a practical logic born of a world where indoor nighttime temperatures could drop low enough to freeze water dot. You pull the fur over your shoulders and feel the warmth spread almost instantly. Fur traps heat with a fee, skill that still surprises modern people. Some animals, reindeer especially, have hollow hairs that act like tiny insulated tubes. Combined with the natural density of the hide, they create a cocoon your body can warm and maintain with minimal effort. You understand why some northern cultures kept sleeping in fur well into the modern era. When life is on the edge of winter, luxury is anything that lets you wake up alive. Someone nearby tugs at a large quilt. At first you assume it's wool, but the sound when they spread it over a child is softer. You hear the light rustle of packed feathers. Viking-era quilts haven't survived in abundance, since organic filling decays quickly. But there are tantalizing hints in later Scandinavian traditions, and a few archaeological traces that feather beds existed in some households, likely wealthier ones. Feathers make sense in a culture that hunted seabirds and kept poultry. A quilt is lighter than fur, but it holds heat differently, creating a small pocket of warm air around the sleeper like a soft cloud. When a piece of down quilt brushes your hand, you feel this contrast immediately. It's a different kind of comfort. Fur is bold, heavy, definite. Feathers are gentle, almost airy. People built a layered system adapted to whatever the night demanded. If you ran warm or were slightly overheated, a down quilt worked. If you needed deep, lasting warmth against a storm, fur was best. It's strange to think people knew how to combine materials for a perfect night's sleep thousands of years before the idea of a winter duvet existed. At the foot of the platform, you see a wild-looking hide patchwork. A man unfolds it, and you notice it's stitched together from parts of different animals. Some patches smooth, some furry, some faded with reddish stripes. Multi-hide blankets like this also turn up in reconstructions. Studies and textile comparisons suggest poorer or more frugal households often used every usable scrap of hide. Stitching small pieces into larger bedding dot in a world where nothing was easily thrown away. Even scraps become tonight's warmth. You press your toes under the edge of a fur and immediately feel grateful that someone took the time to stitch these pieces into something coherent. Your ear catches a quiet conversation between two old women preparing their beds at the far end. Their voices have dropped almost to a whisper, not out of secrecy, but because people naturally lower their voices as the hall drifts towards sleep. One murmurs that a fur is too new and too slippery to stay in place. The other laughs and says the trick is to stitch small loops into the underside so it can be tied to the edge of the platform. You imagine this kind of improvised engineering being common in cultures that relied heavily on loose hides, a detail rarely mentioned in written sources, but perfectly matching the everyday logic of survival. Then a strange detail catches your eye. A small amulet carved from bone hangs at one corner of the blanket, shaped like a tiny fish, smoothed by years of handling. A young woman, noticing you looking, quietly explains that it's her grandmother's sleep charm. She says the old woman believes it keeps cold spirits away from dreams. It's hard to prove whether the Vikings shared exactly this belief, but many northern cultures held similar ideas about cold, seeping into both body and mind. This small ornament on the bedding feels like one of those small folk practices that slips through historical cracks but persists in human behavior. A strange, delicate little note for tonight. You stretch your legs again and let the covers settle. The bedding is warm now, but you know it wasn't like this at the start. Every night the household has to warm the whole environment, turn cold materials into a shelter. It takes a bit of time and some trust that the layers will hold. And tonight they do. You can feel the heat radiating from the fur, moving through the straw beneath, pooling across your chest and arms. This whole layered system feels like a living, breathing thing. The question of exactly what Viking bedding consisted of is still open. Scientists continue to study textile fragments, animal hides, and soil traces to piece together what was typical. Some think most people slept simply on straw and wool, saving furs for travel and emergencies. Others argue hides were common and plentiful enough to be everyday bedding. The reality probably varied by place, by wealth, by winter. Evidence is thin, but tonight your body gives its own answer. Any household that could get one or two furs would never choose to sleep without them on a night like this. The longhouse grows even quieter. The fire has turned to embers, but the platform is warm enough that you won't miss the flames. You listen to the tiny movements of the bedding. Someone folds the edge of a fur. Someone frees a trapped foot. Someone exhales, and their breath rustles. A feather-filled quilt. You can guess what morning will smell like. The furs will have absorbed a bit of sweat and a bit of smoke, but they'll still feel like friends. Later, people will air them out over the beams, Shake the dust and ash back into the earth. Bedding maintenance is a winter chore, because damp or moldy hides can become dangerous. But tonight, the furs are dry and warm. You trust them without thinking. A brief cool breeze brushes your cheek as someone briefly enters through the door. Cold air creeps along the floor. Searching, but your bed protects you. You suddenly understand how fundamental this layering is. And you curl in deeper dot without the furs. The longhouse could keep you alive. With the furs, it can let you actually rest. There's a real difference between surviving and sleeping. And the Vikings, for all their reputation of iron toughness, needed their sleep badly. Your eyes close, but before sleep takes you again, you think about how strange it is that something as simple as fur becomes a symbol of status, warmth, and even love. A good pelt requires time, skill, and respect for the animal. A well-made quilt requires hours of plucking feathers and stitching fabric. Bedding isn't an afterthought. It's a carefully crafted piece of work. You shift one last time and pull the fur up to your chin. The storm is still out there, painting the world white. But you don't feel any of it. You feel warmth, like a living thing, a shelter within a shelter. Straw beneath you, wool over you, fur clothes, feathers nearby. All of it shaped by a culture that mastered winter not by fighting it, but by learning to sleep inside it. And with that, you're pulled back under, carried by old fabrics, old instincts, and the silence that only a well-prepared bed can bring. You wake just slightly, from the smallest movement in the bedding, the kind of movement your brain only registers because everything else is so still. Someone nearby has pulled their cloak tighter, and a loose fold brushes your arm. That touch makes you notice your own clothing again, the layers you never took off tonight, the weight of wool that's become part of your body for the night dot in your world. Sleep usually begins by shedding layers, slipping into light fabric, or even sleeping bare-skinned on warm nights dot here. That idea is almost laughable dot in a Viking longhouse during a blizzard. You sleep in your clothes because that's how you survive. You pull your cloak a little closer. You feel its coarse texture against your cheek, dot the fibers itch in places. But you notice something more important, dot. The warmth hasn't faded. Even after hours of sleep, the fabric has held your body heat, turning into a small personal shelter dot here. Clothing isn't just insulation dot. It's a portable architecture designed to trap air, wick away moisture, and turn your body into its own heat source. The people around you murmur in their sleep. Someone's tunic bunches as they turn. Someone else's hood slips down, revealing braided hair flattened by the weight of fabric. You look at yourself and realize you're also dressed like a winter landscape, layer upon layer, linen closest to your skin. Over that, a wool tunic, leg wraps or trousers, socks as thick as felt, and above all else, the cloak, your final barrier against cold and drafts. You don't undress to get into bed. You dress as if you're going outside. Only the cloak is looser, wrapped around you like a blanket dot in colder seasons across northern Europe. Sleeping bare wasn't common for working families. This isn't a guess. Textiles found in graves and in everyday living spaces show near continuous wear. And many garments were made not for occasional use, but for durability. People slept in them, worked in them, and sometimes died in them. Making clothes was expensive. It took hours of spinning, weaving, and sewing. You didn't have many pieces, so you used what you had to the very end. Perfection wasn't saved for nighttime. Look at how the cloak drapes over your shoulders now, its design revealed in the dim light. Earlier in the evening, one edge was pinned with a simple brooch, but you loosened it for a more comfortable wrap. The fabric is so thick that even now, the draft crawling along the floor barely touches you. Cloaks were often woven from tightly spun wool, sometimes brushed or fulled to make them denser. A well-made cloak could shed water, block wind, and double as a blanket. You can understand why so many people valued them as much as a weapon or a tool. You shift again, and the hem of your tunic brushes your skin. That reminds you of the linen layer beneath. Compared to wool, linen is smoother, and its job is simple. It protects against itching and keeps sweat from soaking the outer layers. Linen washes more easily, dries faster, and feels gentler against the skin. Even without writing manuals on textile layering, Viking Age people understood that the combination of linen and wool was one of history's most effective cold weather systems, something your modern self might rediscover on a camping trip. Beside you, a child tries to wriggle halfway out of their blanket before the cold reaches them. The older woman nearby tucks the child back in, making sure the wool tunic still covers their legs. She clearly has practice watching over children at night, alert to any exposed skin, because winter punishes carelessness ruthlessly. Small fingers, toes, ears, these are the most vulnerable spots. Clothes aren't optional, even while sleeping. They're life support. Looking down the corridor, you notice something else. People remove very little before sleep. A belt might come off. A knife might be set aside. A hood might loosen. But the rest stays. The longhouse is a shared environment. If a coal jumps too high, if the animals stir, or if the storm requires a quick adjustment to the smoke hole, you might need to get up fast. Clothes stay on you, because winter doesn't wait for you to get dressed. Near the animal partition, someone half asleep adjusts their leg wraps. Leg wraps, long wool strips bound around the calves, are old friends in cold climates. They trap heat, reduce drafts, and protect the legs from moisture. Sleeping in them prevents the cold from working into your shins, one of the parts that aches most on winter nights. When the person settles back down, the wool rustles and goes quiet. You become aware of your own breathing. You're warming the air, trapped between your layers. Heat moves slowly. It slides along your ribs, down your arms, into your legs. You notice you're sweating slightly, not from discomfort, but from the steady warmth your clothes create. In the Viking world, light sweating during winter sleep was normal. The longhouse climate shifts depending on the wind, the animals, the fire, and the number of people. Your clothes buffer these fluctuations. Across the platform, someone takes off a small wool cap after scratching their scalp, then puts it back on. In this era, a nightcap isn't a caricature. It's real winter logic. A large portion of body heat escapes through the head and neck. Covering that area conserves heat significantly. Some sleeping caps were simple wool tubes. Others resembled modern hoods more closely. Yours is just your cloak's hood pulled loosely up, warm enough that your ears no longer feel like fragile icicles. Then your eyes land on a small oddity near where a man is sleeping. A leather strip tied loosely around his wrist, with a tiny scrap of fur attached at the end. You quietly ask what it is, and someone whispers that some people believe a fur charm keeps the body alert to warmth and protects against cold nightmares. Whether or not this belief was universal, it fits nicely alongside other bits of folklore found in northern cultures. People like blending practicality with traces of superstition. If fur keeps the skin warm, maybe a charm keeps dreams warm too. You stretch your legs and feel the resistance of the wool trousers wrapped around your knees. The texture is firm, thick enough to keep the cold floor from reaching you, even through layers of straw, worn and patched. These trousers still do their job flawlessly. Viking trousers were sometimes made from wool twill, a durable, heavy-use fabric. They didn't resemble modern pants, but on nights like this, their functionality showed itself. Wearing these, you could step into the storm and still have a fighting chance. Here you realize how rarely people experience true nakedness in winter. Clothes were more than warmth. Boundaries, identity, everyday tools. Undressing isn't relaxing. It feels exposed and vulnerable instead. In a longhouse, privacy barely exists. Clothing becomes a kind of personal room you carry everywhere. It helps preserve your dignity and comfort in a shared world, even while asleep. Modern researchers sometimes debate how much clothing people wore at night in different climates. Most evidence suggests that outside of brief, warm seasons, layers stayed on through sleep. In extreme northern settlements, like Iceland and Greenland, the idea of sleeping lightly clothed during a storm isn't supported by the environment. No blanket alone is enough. Your clothes are your first and last line of defense. You breathe out slowly. You sink deeper into the layered warmth you've built for yourself. You notice your clothing has warmed to match the exact shape of your body. Wool near your chest has softened. The parts near your knees flex slightly as you shift. Your linen underlayer is dry. It absorbs your breath and sweat just enough to keep the wool layers from getting wet. Here, your clothes are alive in their own way. They respond to you as much as you respond to them. Behind you, a bigger body shifts. A soft, contented sound. Outside, the storm roars again. The deep, muffled howl of wind and snow against the walls. But your layered clothes, your warmth, protect you. You're wrapped in a cocoon of practicality built on knowledge, older than any saga. You adjust your cloak one last time and tuck it under your chin, marveling that something as simple as wool, linen, and leather can make this feel like the safest place in the world. Now, you understand that winter sleep here isn't a break from the fight. It's part of the fight. And your clothes are your shield, your armor, your winter skin. As your eyes close, you no longer feel like you're wearing clothes. You feel shaped to your body, gently wrapped until morning. Wearing warmth itself, you drift, still hearing the world humming at its edges while your mind relaxes. Wrapped in that warm wool. The night watch. Everyone in the longhouse is actually asleep. You start noticing patterns you hadn't caught before. A figure near the hearth shifts. Another moves toward the door as if listening. Faint whisper travels from one end of the corridor to the other dot, and then you understand. Viking winter nights rarely passed in complete sleep. Someone was always half awake. You tilt your head slightly, careful not to disturb the person leaning on your shoulder. From your half-sitting position, you can just make out a man sitting upright at the end of the platform dot. His cloak is pulled tight, and the glow of the embers outlines his profile in faint orange. He isn't awake from insomnia. He's awake because it's his turn dot in the Viking world. Households, especially during storms, usually divided the night into informal shifts. Not military watches, not strict patrols, just a shared understanding that someone needed to stay alert. Dangers weren't only human. Winter brought wolves prowling near farmhouses, snowdrifts sealing doors, coals that could flare too high, animals that could panic, and roofs that could collapse under heavy snow. Sleep could be dangerous if the whole household lost consciousness at once. So even on calm nights, people took turns keeping watch. You watch the man lean forward and stir the coals. A long stick, not adding anything new, just adjusting so the heat spreads evenly. A simple but crucial movement. If the fire went out completely, relighting it in the morning would cost time, tinder, and a precious loss of breath in the freezing air. But if the fire flared too much, smoke could accumulate dangerously, or sparks could jump onto the beds. So the watchman keeps the balance. He catches small problems before they grow. Then a woman gets up. She moves toward the animals in the by, redot her steps slow. Familiar dot, she touches each animal gently. She checks their breathing. She listens for signs of stress. She adjusts the straw beneath them. A cow shifts, lets out a low moan, and the woman rubs its side until it calms. That's when you realize danger on a storm night doesn't only come from outside. A frightened animal can cause chaos at close range. Keeping them calm is part of the night's vigilance. You lean back and let your senses expand. The hall isn't silent. Not entirely dot. It's a fabric of faint sounds, someone's mutter, cooling timber creaking, a goat's soft footsteps, snow sliding off the roof. These sounds help the watchers. They know what's normal. They know what isn't. If something disrupts the pattern, a sudden noise, a wrong-feeling gust, a groan stronger than usual, they wake the others immediately. Near the door, you see a young man sitting cross-legged, wrapped in a heavy cloak. Close enough to feel the cold seeping through the door frame dot. His position looks uncomfortable but strategic. From there he can hear if the snow outside is piling dangerously, if the door latch is loosening, or if an animal is prowling near the entrance. You notice he isn't fully awake either. His head dips occasionally, but he catches himself and listens again. You realize how social this alertness is. No one is ordering it. No one is complaining. It's simply understood that even while most of the household sleeps, someone's eyes and ears must remain active dot in a modern world with electric heaters and double-glazed windows. A storm is a nuisance dot here. The storm is an active force you have to cooperate with. That cooperation happens in this state of half-wakefulness. Yet it's not all tension either. The watchers sit calmly. Sometimes they mutter to themselves. Sometimes they whisper to each other. You catch a fragment of conversation. Two men quietly joking about whose turn is worse, the blazing hearth or the drafty door. Even humor becomes a tool for staying alert. You smile into your blanket. People have always fought fear with laughter. You remember someone earlier mentioning that some nights feel longer, heavier, more dangerous. Those are the nights when families reduce their watch even further. Some accounts suggest households structured their nights around 2 periods of sleep, waking in the middle for chores or conversation before drifting into a second rest. Whether this was common among Scandinavian people specifically is uncertain, but the idea feels natural here. You're experiencing something similar yourself. A gentle rhythm of waking, watching, resettling, resting, and repeating. One of the older men now gets up. His joints crack in the quiet. He takes a seat near the door, replacing the younger watchman. This rotation isn't official, but it has a pattern. Younger, stronger bodies take the colder positions earlier. Older, but more experienced people take the deeper night roles. Where judgment matters more, endurance. Everyone understands their role in keeping the household safe. You lift your head again as the old man listens to the wind. The sound of the wind is different now. Lower, sharper snow must be piling on the roof. The man gets up. He walks to the central beam and presses his palm against it. Testing the beam feels solid. No sign of collapse or strain. You realize only now that roof checking is part of the night watch too. Ignored snow load could be fatal. One crack, one sag, and the whole interior could change. But the man nods, satisfied. The hall stands firm. A colder draft crosses your feet. You pull your cloak tighter and glance around. The watchers feel it. One of them gets up and drapes a fur over the doorway more tightly. The draft calms. This small intervention saves everyone from a little more cold later. And then something softer catches your attention. Near the far wall. A woman sitting upright runs her fingers over a carved wooden charm. Not exactly a protective amulet. More like a meditation piece she taps rhythmically, touching. It keeps her awake. Small nighttime alertness. Tricks like this appear in many oral traditions. Ways to keep the mind awake when darkness and sleeplessness become overwhelming. She keeps tapping softly, watching the door and the animals without straining. Researchers still puzzle over how night watches were structured in early northern households. Some believe entire families stayed lightly awake, never fully sleeping. Others argue for more organized watch systems, especially on larger farms. The truth was probably a shifting mix, shaped by weather, season, age, and personal rhythm. Tonight you can feel that truth in the air. There's no fixed schedule, just a shared responsibility passed from one pair of hands to another. Like a hot stone. As your own eyelids close again, you notice how comforting this system is. You relax precisely because someone else is awake. This is unspoken, but absolute trust. You're not sleeping alone in a silent house. You're sleeping inside a living network where rest and watchfulness come and go like breathing. One last glance at the door. The watchman adjusts his cloak, wrapping it tighter around his shoulders. Tired but calm looking, he leans back and listens. Always listening. You, meanwhile, sink into a deeper warmth. You lower your head again and let your body soften into the bed. The storm might intensify. The wind might claw. But someone will always be awake. Someone will always hear the danger before you do. This is one of the oldest comforts in this world. You sleep because someone else is keeping watch. You sink back into the warmth. You let sleep pull you under again, but another sensation reaches you. A faint but noticeable pressure as someone nearby draws their knees up against your back. It isn't unpleasant. This is simply how this space works. The sleeping platform is full, and bodies adjust instinctively. You lift your head just enough to glance along the row. What you see isn't chaos, disorder, or discomfort. It's a map made of people. In the dim light you can make out the pattern. Children sit closer to the middle of the bench, surrounded by parents or older siblings. Elders sit closer to the wall, supported by its steady warmth and shielded from the edge drafts. Guests like you are placed where the warmth can easily reach, but where you won't be in the way. If you dream too wildly, you won't accidentally roll into the fire pit. Every position has meaning. Whether tiny or elderly, every body has a place shaped by care, tradition, and necessity. You let your eyes adjust to the shapes. A baby lies curled between two adults. A tiny bundle smothered in wool. Wisps of hair sticking out in disarray. The couple on either side have arranged their cloaks to overlap, creating a tunnel of warmth flowing directly toward the child. In one flash of understanding, you see how families kept there. Youngest alive through impossible. Winters. Not by building separate cradles or private rooms, but by turning their own bodies into insulation. A little further along the platform, two elders share a single blanket, shoulders touching. One snores lightly, the other stays half awake and adjusts the bedding with practiced instinct. Old bones chill fast. So the warmest part of the wall supports them. Their hands rest in nearly the same position on the platform. Palms open, as if memorizing the texture of the wood. You understand that age has its own place in this geography of sleep. Honored, protected, gently wrapped. The person against your back shifts again. Their blanket comes with them. Warmth spreads into your ribs, steady and comforting. You feel your own body responding in ways older than language, relaxing, easing, trusting. People were built to sleep close together. The modern habit of separating every sleeper into neat private rooms is a very recent idea. Here, in this hall, sleep is a social act, a communal rhythm. You hear a small sound, a child's whisper, not loud, not enough to wake anyone, but a soft, sleepy murmur directed at the woman beside them. The woman answers with a faint hum, almost a lullaby, a single note spreading gently through the warm air. That sound travels down the row. Soothes even those not quite awake enough to hear it clearly. You close your eyes again, but your hearing stays open. You start recognizing the pattern all these bodies create, both emotional and practical. Children don't sleep at the edges, because heat loss there would be too dangerous. Elders are protected from footfalls and drafts. Young adults, most resilient to cold, take the outer positions closer to the draft. Guests are placed where they can feel included and watched over. The longhouse platform becomes a portrait of the household's relationships. And there are exceptions too. Small personalized quirks. Someone chooses to sleep slightly higher on an extra folded cloak, maybe because they snore less that way. A child slides off 2 blankets in their sleep, and instead of pushing them back, the adults simply shift themselves. Body heat matters more than the symmetry of neat lines. Small adjustments ripple back and forth like tide water along a shallow shore. With your eyes half open, you notice something at the far end. A dog curled tightly at the base of the platform. Not on the bed, but close enough to share the warmth and catch scraps of comfort. Dogs appear as winter companions, both in archaeology and in the sagas. Not always inside the longhouse, but often nearby. It makes perfect sense to see one inside tonight. On blizzard nights, all warm bodies should be together. A soft rustle of fabric reaches your ear. Someone gets up and switches places with another sleeper. Maybe an elder needed to be closer to the center for warmth. Maybe a child kicked off their blanket for the 3rd time. Maybe 2 siblings decided to swap corners. Whatever the reason, the rearrangement happens quietly, smoothly, without complaint. When warmth is the goal, the geography of sleep stays flexible. For a moment, you wonder if this practice of sleeping so closely together ever created mixed feelings. Comfort, yes, but also friction. Did people ever long for space, privacy, silence? Probably yes, but the environment didn't allow it. Winter demanded cooperation. Survival wasn't an individual act. It was a group project played out night after night on these shared benches. Researchers still disagree on how. Strictly, these sleeping positions were dictated by tradition. Some believe family. Clusters stayed consistent night after night, forming steady groupings along the platform. Others argue that winter storms disrupted the patterns, and warmth mattered more than convention, forcing adaptive arrangements. Evidence varies from place to place, and stories about sleep tend to dramatize rather than describe everyday life. But lying here among these shifting bodies, you can feel the truth. Warmth sets its own rules. The person behind you exhales. Their breath warms the back of your neck. Warm, steady, grounding. You realize you're not just sheltered from the storm in this hall. You're wrapped in a web of human warmth that every sleeper strengthens the next. Shoulder to shoulder, cloak to cloak, breath mixing in the dim air. A faint vibration from the platform travels through the wood. A tiny tremor in your arm. Someone adjusts a child's blanket. Someone stretches tired legs. Someone murmurs softly in their dream. And you feel yourself sliding into a deeper, quieter comfort you haven't known in a long time. You pull your cloak tighter. The storm might howl suddenly. Here, the geography of sleep protects you completely. You're wrapped in this shared warmth. Children, elders, animals, strangers. Once more you sink into the long night. The cold can wait until morning. You don't know the exact moment the dream shifts. One moment you're curled among warm bodies inside the longhouse. The next, your mind drifts outward, imagining what it would be like to spend this night with no roof at all. The muffled growl of the storm outside reminds you that Vikings didn't always sleep in longhous. Sometimes, when winter clenched its fist, They were far from home, traders crossing frozen roads, hunters chasing game, messengers carrying word between farms. Many of them faced nights, where their only shelter was their own skill, and nerve as the image sharpens. You pull your cloak tighter. You're on a snowy path somewhere far from any settlement. The wind is sharp enough to scrape your ears. Your breath freezes instantly. You imagine walking through knee-deep snowdrifts, guided only by a horse, a pack, and your instincts, searching for a place before dawn where the snow and wind can't kill you. Vikings who traveled regularly, especially, carried travel tents. These weren't luxury canvas structures, often built on the same design principles as ship tents used during summer voyages. These tents were made of wool or hide layers stretched over wooden poles. Archaeological interpretations of tent stakes and pole fittings, combined with saga references, make clear that portable shelters existed, but shelter is a fairly loose term here. These tents shielded your face from wind and your body from snow, but they didn't offer the solid warmth of a longhouse wall. Imagine setting up one of these travel tents in a blizzard. The wind tears at the fabric. Snow blinds you. Your fingers ache as you drive stakes into frozen ground. You'd choose a low patch of terrain behind a ridge, the shelter of a rock overhang, or a spot beneath the partial cover of stunted trees, staying as far from the wind's full force as possible. You'd weigh down the tent's edges with stones or snow to seal it against drafts. You wouldn't risk going inside until the structure stopped shaking violently. You wouldn't light a fire in that cramped space. Lighting a fire would be suicidal. Flames consume oxygen, and tents trap smoke. Instead, you'd rely on your own breath's heat, the insulation of your cloak, and the warmth of any furs you carried with you. You'd huddle with your belongings. Maybe you'd sleep with your boots tucked under your cloak so they wouldn't turn into unwearable boards by morning. Every traveler knew boots left outside overnight could ruin an entire journey. But sometimes the snow fell too fast, or the wind grew too violent, and tents became useless. In those moments, the traveler would fall back on the oldest cold country survival method. Digging into the snow pits appear in records of Arctic peoples, and it's reasonable to think similar tactics were known in ancient northern cultures, including Viking Age Scandinavia. Counterintuitively, snow itself can be a powerful insulator once you're inside it. Digging a shallow trench, lining it with branches or animal hides, and curling up inside while pulling a cloak over your head traps your body heat far more efficiently than you'd expect. Imagine lying in such a pit, curled into a small hollow carved into a white world, your breath warming the small pocket of air around your face. Above you, the storm screams. It throws snow sideways. The ground beneath you is mercilessly cold, so you'd use extra clothing, pine branches, or straw. If you happen to be coming from a farm, anything to keep your body away from the frozen earth. If you had a human or animal companion beside you, you'd share the pit, pressing your bodies together to create a brief, fragile warmth. You remember the earlier mention in the Longhouse about travelers heating small stones or metal pieces, wrapping them in cloth and tucking them into their cloaks. Far from any hearth, this wasn't always possible. But if you'd had the chance to slip a warm stone into your pocket at dusk, you could carry that heat into your snow pit for an hour or two. That could mean the difference between waking up shivering and slipping into a dangerously deep, cold sleep. Modern minds might imagine Viking travelers enduring these nights grimly. But you can also feel the quiet skill behind every movement. Experience taught them how to survive, which valleys sheltered them best from wind, which trees cut the cold, how to angle a cloak so snow fell off rather than piling up, how to breathe through wool to warm the air before it reached their lungs. These techniques don't fit easily into written sagas, but the land itself teaches them, and people carried this knowledge like a second language. Some researchers still don't agree on how standardized Viking travel shelters were. Tent remains are fragmentary. Sagas romanticize travel, but rarely describe sleeping. Arrangements in detail. Some argue most travelers relied on natural features and sheer endurance rather than elaborate gear. Others point to trade routes and long expeditions that almost certainly required well-designed portable shelters. The snow pit you're imagining could be seen as either improvisation or tradition, depending on the region, the season, and the traveler's experience. You let this imagined cold seep into your thoughts just long enough to appreciate exactly where you are, surrounded by warm bodies, covered in wool and fur, protected by solid walls. This contrast deepens your gratitude. A night in the open would leave your hair crusted with ice, your beard stiff, your fingers numb. Here, your breath is warm enough to only faintly fog the air. Under the blankets you stretch your toes and feel the lingering heat of the stone you warmed earlier. You can hardly imagine being out there without comforts like these. Sleeping while traveling in winter was an act of discipline and courage. The traveler would wake in intervals, brushing snow off their face to avoid suffocation, adjusting their cloak to keep the cold out. Rest wouldn't come in the deep, slow breaths of a longhouse bench, but in short, shallow bursts. Yet people survived. They opened mountain passes. They braved frozen seas. They carried messages. They hunted through deep snow and returned with stories that later became poetry. This endurance wasn't theatrical. It was simply necessary. You breathe out slowly and warm. You sink back into your bed. The imagined tent dissolves. The snow pit melts away. The merciless wind retreats to the edges of your awareness. You're inside a silence as thick as stone, wrapped in shared human warmth. As you close your eyes again, a thought settles slowly inside you. Only those who truly understand cold can truly understand comfort. Tonight, you understand both. You enter another layer of sleep, but this time your thoughts drift toward the coast, toward salt and wet timber, toward a kind of shelter completely unlike the longhouse, yet fully part of the Viking world. Outside, the storm howls, and your mind pulls you to a shore where winter waves crash against dark pebbles, and a ship pulled up onto land tilts, gently like a sleeping animal. You've probably heard stories of winter-catching travelers far from home. The ship itself could become a bed. You imagine walking toward that ship in the pale twilight. The sky is hard, iron gray. The wind is sharp enough to split your lips. Snow blankets the beach like dust, swirling around the hull. The ship, long, narrow, built from overlapping planks, rests above the tide line. It was never meant to be a house, but necessity bends everything in winter. You imagine sailors approaching the ship with numb hands, tired legs, and the quiet dread of a night to be spent outdoors. Longships are marvels of engineering. Riveted hulls, flexible ribs, seams and curves that cut through waves like a blade through. Fabric, archaeological finds like the Oseberg and Gokstad ships show just how carefully these vessels were built. But their usefulness didn't end when the crew stopped rowing. A ship pulled ashore and tilted slightly. Onto its side could form a solid windbreak shell, rough, cold, and imperfect, but infinitely better than facing the storm exposed. Imagine standing beside such a ship, its hull rising above you, the planks darkened by salt, the rivets catching the last scraps of light. You crawl into the shallow cave formed by its tilted side. The smell is of tar, old rope, wet wool, and a faint metallic tone. Sailor's air. The air here is colder than in the longhouse, but the wind is weaker. The hull blocks the worst gusts. Snow settles lightly, but not as violently. The crew lays furs and cloaks on the ground for insulation from the frozen earth. Maybe they piled seaweed or dry grass beneath them. They'd huddle together, using the ship's frame to hang more cloaks or sailcloth. Sailcloth especially was a winter blessing. Heavy, oily, sturdy. Tied down tightly, it could block the wind. Spread properly, it could turn the open underside of the ship into a small improvised hut. You can almost hear how the process unfolded. The creak of wind pressing against the hull. The grunt of someone tying down the sail. Low murmurs exchanged among exhausted sailors. One man might drag a small anchor stone under the keel to secure it. Another might jam a fur into a gap where snow threatened to seep in. Work would be clumsy with frozen fingers, but the stakes demanded precision. In that cramped shelter, warmth came only from bodies. Lighting a fire near crushed timber was far too dangerous. Instead, you'd rely on cloaks, furs, and layers of wool. A heavier woven sea cloak, thicker than everyday inland cloaks, was essential. These cloaks appear in the sagas as valuable possessions, sometimes waterproofed with oils or animal fat. Tightly wrapped, they could trap heat even in damp, salty air. Now imagine one of these draped over your shoulders, its weight anchoring you to the ground like a stone. You lie down in the curve of this imagined ship and feel the harsh cold of the earth beneath you. Straw is scarce on beaches, so sailors improvised with whatever was around. Seaweed, driftwood, even their own shields lay beneath their bodies. It's easy to forget a wooden shield isn't just a weapon. It's also a portable board. Place one under your hip or shoulder, and you break contact with the frozen ground. The sagas don't state this explicitly, but the logic is undeniable. You can imagine someone sliding a round shield beneath their side to prevent heat loss. Then, in your imagined camp, you hear a small, embarrassed cough. Someone leaned too close to the hull. The wood instantly drains heat. Everyone chuckles softly. A quiet reminder to keep fur between skin and ship. That laughter feels necessary. Humor is one of the few heat sources that costs no fuel. As you lie there in your mind, you can almost feel the rhythm of the sea beneath the cold. Frozen or stormy, the ocean still has a pulse. It makes the hull sway gently in the wind, a sound that could feel eerie or soothing depending on the listener. Tonight, in your imagination, it's soothing. The ship keeps doing what it always does, cutting through waves. Or on land, shielding people so they can survive. Not. All scientists agree on how common this practice was. Some think sleeping under a ship's hull was reserved for emergencies or accidents during travel. Others argue it was a regular part of seasonal journeys, especially among coastal settlements moving livestock or goods. Evidence from boat burials, tent remains, and the practical realities of winter travel suggests both could be true. The habit likely varied by region and crew, but anyone who stood on a Viking coastline knows how violent winter can get there. A ship was too valuable to abandon, too sturdy to ignore, too available not to use. Sailors' breath forms tiny clouds. Their cloaks overlap like patchwork shields. They talk quietly about weather, family, gods, or nothing at all. Words keep the silence from swallowing the cold entirely. Maybe one man hums a familiar tune. Maybe another whispers a simple prayer. These moments, hidden from history, shaped the survival of countless winter journeys. At some point in the night, someone would check the ropes securing the sailcloth. Another would clear accumulated snow from breathing gaps. Sleep would come in short waves, not the deep, restful kind found on a longhouse bench, but enough to let muscles recover. Even there, half asleep beneath a cold hull, people found pockets of comfort. Legs pressed together for warmth, a shared fur, a hand resting near a knife hilt, just in case. Now, under the blankets in the longhouse, you stretch again. You feel the luxury of solid walls and a smoke hole. Instead of a hull. The imagined shelter slowly dissolves. The warm presence of the bodies around you takes its place, but the image lingers in your mind. The cold shore, the tilted ship, the determined closeness of sailors sharing breath on a stormy night. As the longhouse gently sways in the wind, you think about how sleeping under a ship's hull would be harder, colder, lonelier than this. Still, when the Vikings needed to, they did it. They wrapped themselves in wool and fur. They trusted their ships. They faced the dawn with salt in their hair and frost on their cloaks. You turn onto your side. You feel grateful for the roof above you and the warm platform beneath you. You breathe out slowly. You let the imagined cold fade away. Tonight, you have walls. Tonight, you have a hearth. Tonight, you don't need a ship for shelter. And with that thought, you sink back into the deep, steady warmth of the longhouses. Embrace. You burrow deeper into the furs, drift in and out. Suddenly, a wave of remembered warmth passes so vividly through your mind that for a moment you almost feel yourself sweating. This warmth isn't coming from the longhouse. It's coming from something older in your mind, something you heard the household murmuring about earlier in the evening, about their winter rituals. Not every Viking night began cold. Some began with fire, not in the main room, but in a separate space built specifically to heat the body until it glowed. Your imagination carries you back to that moment. To the sweat house or bathhouse many northern communities used before sleep. Not a modern spa, not a fancy indulgence. Something earthier, rougher, but deeply familiar. You picture a small building, half sunk into the ground, walls of stone or turf, a low ceiling trapping heat like a clenched fist. In the middle sits a pile of stones, heated until they glow dull red. Water hisses into steam when it hits the rocks. The air is thick, hot, and alive. Northern European steam bathing traditions stretch back centuries. And while not every Viking settlement used them the same way, there's solid archaeological and ethnographic evidence for bathhouses, earthen saunas, and heated rooms connected to farm life. These structures were usually located separately from the main hall, both for practicality and fire safety. People washed here, sweated out illness, soothed aching muscles, and stored up heat in their bodies before returning to the longhouse on nights like this. Imagine stepping into that shadowy, glowing room. The heat wraps around you instantly. It washes over your frozen limbs. You sit on a steam-dampened wooden bench, your cloak and tunic left nearby. You feel your skin tingle as warmth sinks into your muscles. The air smells of whetstone, damp earth, and maybe herbs thrown onto the hot rocks. A fragrant steam of juniper, wormwood, or pine needles. The older woman running the session gestures for you to sit closer to the stones. She knows the rhythm. Heat, rest, breathe, sweat, a moment of cool air by the door, then heat again. A cycle designed not just for comfort, but for survival. If you fill your body with warmth before returning to the storm, you build a kind of thermal reservoir that helps you sleep deeper and wake less through the night. Others sit with you in this glow. A farmer with tense shoulders, a young man rubbing his knees, a girl giggling as the steam twists into wild shapes. This isn't a silent ritual. People talk, laugh, gossip. They complain about the cold or sit quietly while the heat slowly works its magic. Sweat beads on your arms. Your pulse slows. Your breathing deepens. Clothes here would only trap moisture and chill you later. So you leave your skin bare. You know you'll wrap yourself in. Layered wool again afterward. Someone leans forward and splashes water onto the stones. A burst of steam rises. Like a ghost, it wraps suddenly around your face, stinging your eyes pleasantly. You feel your pores open, the stored cold in your bones pushing out. The air is so hot it seems to shimmer. After a long while, you step out into the night air. The contrast is breathtaking. Your skin tingles. The cold burns, but doesn't harm. It's as if your body now carries its own inner sun. You breathe deeply. You let the shock press the warmth deeper. Then you dress again, carefully and slowly layering wool over your newly warmed skin. The clothes almost feel alive, catching and holding the heat. Some people linger outside a while to cool down fully before heading back to the longhouse. Others rush inside to trap their heat quickly. Either way, returning to the main hall after a session like this feels like carrying a glow from within. Even the draft at the door can't steal that stored warmth right away. You carry it with you like a secret, lying on the platform now. You can almost feel it. The ghost memory of heat, cooled in your chest. Arms, legs. Maybe the household didn't take a steam bath tonight. Or maybe they did before you arrived. Either way, the idea lingers in your mind. Body heat is a resource, a treasure you can deposit like a bank. And people learned to preserve it however they could. You recall a small detail mentioned earlier. Some farmers, after leaving the sweat house or bathhouse, rubbed a bit of animal fat or oil onto their skin before dressing again. It traps moisture, softens the itch of wool, and adds an extra layer of insulation. Not universal, but a small natural touch fitting the logic of winter life. You imagine someone gently coating their arms with oil, forming a thin barrier against the cold's claws. Not every scientist fully agrees on how frequently Viking sweat houses were used, or the exact design of these structures. Some excavations reveal clear steam rooms. Others suggest more general purpose, heated spaces. There's even debate about whether some pits found near longhouses were for bathing, smoking food, or some other purpose. But the existence of heated stone bathing traditions across the region, combined with later Scandinavian saunas, makes it entirely reasonable that some winter nights were spent, at least in part, in such spaces. Now, under your blankets, you stretch slightly. You let your body relax. You can almost feel that warmth deep in your muscles, the lingering ghost of a heated bench beneath your thighs, steam wrapping your face, the cold shock afterward, and the embrace of wool as you step back inside. Whether tonight really included such a ritual doesn't matter. Your mind is using it now. A gentle warmth spreads through your limbs. Outside, the storm presses against the roof, but inside, your body feels like its own hearth, warmed by fire, softened by cold, wrapped in wool, surrounded by fur, and protected by longhouse walls. A perfect cycle of winter survival. The memory of warmth settles into you, sleepy and soothing. You breathe it in. You let it cradle your thoughts, and slowly, very slowly, you let sleep rise again. Warm and soft as steam, you drift back into stillness. A story before sleep-in, the warm silence of the longhouse. You float between sleep and waking. A soft murmur reaches your ear. Not quite a conversation, more like a voice gently woven through the darkness. Someone near the center of the hall speaks in a slow, melodic tone. You instinctively lift your head slightly. You feel the shift of blankets and the closeness of bodies pressed together. The voice continues as steadily as a heartbeat, and you understand what it is. A bedtime story. In a world where blizzards erase landmarks, and the night can stretch far longer than your comfort, stories aren't a luxury. They're a lifeline. Like fur gathering warmth, they gather minds together. You blink into the dimness and see the storyteller. A middle-aged woman with long, thick, braided hair catching hints of red in the ember light. Knees drawn up, cloak loosely wrapped around her shoulders. She draws slow patterns on the wood as she speaks. Her voice rises and falls like calm waves, not loud. It doesn't need to be. The hall is quiet except for the light, breathing of sleeping bodies, and the occasional rustle of straw. Children near her lean in closer to their parents. Adults let their minds loosen. Even the animals seem calmer, as if the story itself is part of the night's rhythm. In the Viking world, stories, songs, charms, and whispered verses shaped the emotional life of winter-god people, carried sagas in their hearts, recited genealogies from memory, sang protective verses, and used spoken tradition the way they used wool and fire to fend off the cold. Sagas recorded later may appear grand and violent, but the stories told at night were often gentler, tales of ancestors, small myths, farm legends, mischievous spirits, or simply memories from warmer months. You listen as the woman describes a traveler walking into mountain fog, guided by a small carved talisman said to glow only when facing true north. The listening children don't question the logic. They feel the softness of her tone, the rhythm, the comfort of something familiar. Even as the storm pounds the longhouse walls hard enough to hear the snow sliding off the roof, the story shifts. It flows like smoke. Now she speaks of the dark winter sea, calling to some and pushing others away. She speaks of dreams where ancestors whisper guidance through small wooden runic markers left near the bed to protect against restless spirits. Runic inscriptions used as protective charms show up in a few archaeological finds and in later folk tradition. Their exact purpose varies, carved from magic, memory, or habit, but their presence in sleep-related rituals gives a solid, almost self-evident feeling. People closing their eyes at the edge of danger have always needed reassurance. Near the storyteller, tucked under a blanket, you see a small wooden object with a roughly carved rune. Its edges smoothed from use-dot, maybe just a keepsake. Maybe someone believes it wards off bad dreams. Maybe it's a child's treasure. These small wooden pieces become the quiet guardians of winter nights, carrying bundles of meaning without needing grand explanations. A girl whispers a question, and the storyteller pauses. The silence is soft, thoughtful. When she speaks again, her voice is even gentler. She talks of travel dreams, journeys of the mind while the body rests. Some of these dream journeys appear in northern folklore and sagas, told with either reverence or fear, depending on the culture. Tonight, in this longhouse, they're described as something delicate and precious. Like feathers drifting among the embers, you lean back. Again, you let the voice wrap around. There's a deep soothing quality in how stories move. Through winter spaces that you start to understand that the storytelling itself is another source of warmth, a mental fire kept burning in the middle of the hall. The Vikings didn't have books to lull them to sleep, no written pages to follow by candlelight. What they had was voice, breath, memory, imagination. They passed stories down the generations the way they passed down wool cloaks and carved spoons. The woman's story now turns to something smaller, quieter, a household charm, a ring hidden under a pillow, a knot tied into wool to protect the sleeper. These kinds of charms appear across many northern traditions, but scientists interpret their exact origins differently. They drift between superstition and comfort. And really, that line doesn't matter much in the silence of a winter night. A charm under the pillow isn't about magic it's about reassurance. Beyond the storyteller, a man leaning against the wall hums a soft melody under his breath, a steady drone blending with the tale like background music. You can tell he's done this many nights before. That adds a calm undercurrent to the story being told. His voice is low, steady, vibrating faintly through the wood and reaching your ribs. Further along the platform. Someone touches the handle of a small knife beside them. It's a habitual gesture, not one of fear. It looks almost symbolic today. The way someone might sleep near a comforting object. You think about how personal belongings, charms, knives, carved animals were often kept close to their owner's bed, not because threats were constantly lurking within the hall, but because winter heightens the human need to have familiar things nearby. Then a particularly fierce gust shakes the longhouse roof, and snow presses onto the thatch. A few children startle. One whimpers without hesitation. The storyteller, without missing a beat, shifts her tone and gently explains that the winter spirits are just shaking snow off their cloaks. The children relax. Even you feel your own breath lengthen. This, you realize, is the quiet genius of winter. Storytelling. It turns frightening sounds into understandable. Friends, some researchers have tried to unpack the exact function of these pre-sleep tailies in Viking Age. Households. Were they purely entertainment, protective charms, or a mixture of both? Since so much of daily life went unwritten, evidence is limited. But linguistic clues, saga references, and later folk traditions suggest soothing pre-sleep talk was just as common then as it is now. The form may change, but the impulse is eternal. The woman's story now begins to wind down. Her words stretch out like warm steam. Her rhythm slows. The murmuring fades. Children sigh into their blankets. Adults shift into more comfortable positions. And you feel sleep pulling you gently again. You close your eyes. You let her final words settle over you like another blanket. The tale becomes part of the longhouse's breathing, part of the warmth passing through bodies, part of the soft glow pushing back the storm. This is how people kept their minds warm on blizzard nights. With words, with dreams, with imagination gently touching the dark, sinking deeper with the soft echo of the storyteller's voice. A new awareness begins seeping into you. Not warmth, not sound, but a kind of instinctive alertness. Even in the safety of the longhouse, people live watching the outside world carefully, and nothing in Viking lands shapes the rhythm of survival more than the weather. You start noticing something subtle. Even half asleep, the household speaks the language of the storm. You open your eyes slightly. The man near the door has woken again. Not standing, not tense, just listening with the kind of calm that comes from a lifetime of reading the wind. His posture is relaxed but alert, like a dog that hears vibrations long before anyone else. You can feel that even most of the sleeping hall carries a thin thread of quiet awareness. As if the weather has its own language, and everyone here speaks it fluently. The Vikings had no barometers or satellite maps. What they had were sky signs, cloud shapes, animal behavior, wind patterns. Even the taste of the air and the sharp bite of snow on the tongue. Many of these skills appear in later Scandinavian traditions, and likely stretch back much further. Weather wasn't a background element. It was a teacher, an enemy, a companion. Surviving winter meant treating it like an unpredictable god. You remember something mentioned earlier. A fisherman had explained that snow falling too softly wasn't a good sign. Soft snow hides hard storms, he'd said. Listen for the low hiss instead of the scraping sound. You didn't understand at the time, but now, listening to the texture of the falling snow outside, you think you understand what he meant. There's a thickness to tonight's snow, a muffled weight suggesting more is coming. You shift slightly. You feel the whisper of straw beneath you. The people closest to the door aren't sleeping deeply. They occasionally tilt their heads, listening for something in the storm's voice. Is it rising? Softening? Changing direction? These questions matter as much as food stores or wool layers. Across the corridor, an old woman turns in her sleep. She murmurs something about the teeth of the north wind. You don't know exactly what that phrase means, but it tells you something. Is wisdom woven into language? Families pass it down like recipes and labels. Every gust carries meaning. Every quiet moment does too. You calm your breathing and let your mind drift toward the sky outside. If you'd stepped out before the storm turned the world white, you might have caught the signs yourself. A pale, flat sky. Clouds stacking like layers of wool. Ravens flying unusually low. Even the smell changes. A metallic tongue often precedes the fiercest snowfalls in sagas and folk memory. These signs aren't mystical. They're practical knowledge, shaped by centuries of watching the horizon. Some traditions say dogs grow restless, or sheep huddle unusually tight before bad weather arrives. Others claim a strange calm in the sea before sunset signals an approaching blizzard. Whether these signs always held true is impossible to measure now, but they gave people a framework for reading the world. Half asleep, you can imagine a young shepherd learning these signs from an elder, absorbing them not as superstition, but as survival tools. And then there are the sky's colors. You remember hearing about a blood-red sunrise or a milk-blue sunset. These aren't poetic decorations. They're diagnostic codes. A pale cold blue at sunset might mean dry cold. A yellow tint along the horizon might mean blowing snow later in the night. Dark purple clouds signal heavy snowfall. The Vikings didn't need thermometers. The sky told them everything. As you pull your blanket a little tighter, your thoughts drift to another kind of weather reading. Sound. In the dark north, storms speak. The creak of wind against wood, the whistle through shutters, the heavy thud of snow sliding off the roof. Each sound carries a clue. When it falls in thick, wet clumps, it makes a heavy thump, meaning the temperature is rising. A thin, tapping sound means the cold is sharpening. When the wind whistles and pulses, it means the storm's center is shifting. Tonight, the storm song is steady, insistent, not weakening yet. The watchers know this. You feel the patience they share. No one moves to adjust the roof vent. No one fusses with the door. They're waiting for the storm's next clue. A small, odd detail catches your attention. Near the fire pit, someone earlier scattered a handful of crushed ice on the ground and watched how quickly it melted, not for cleaning, not for play. A simple weather test. If the ice melted slowly, the night would stay dangerously cold. If it melted quickly, warmth was coming, or worse, wetter snow. Not a scientific instrument by modern standards, but clever. Born from the household experiments winter encourages. A few minutes later, A faint draft slips under the door, colder than before, but this time there's a subtle shift in pressure, a slight change. The watcher near the door lifts his head, leans in, and listens. You can almost feel the storm's vocabulary: force, direction, intensity, rhythm. He whispers something to the old man by the hearth. The old man grunts. Wind's turning. He mutters, "He'll come back soon." This too is a piece of family inheritance passed down through generations. It sounds like a mix of observation and instinct. Whether he's right matters less than the fact that he knows how to think about the storm. Scientists still debate how much Viking weather knowledge relied on formal patterns versus lived, practical wisdom. Some argue that sailors especially, who read winds like sacred texts, developed advanced regional weather models. Others think weather rules were largely intuitive rather than systematic. But lying here, surrounded by people reacting to every subtle change, you understand how unnecessary formal categories feel. Life depends on the sky. You learn its habits closely, and then quietly, softly, you hear it. The wind eases. Just for a moment, just one breath. But the watchers feel it instantly. Someone sits up a bit straighter. Someone relaxes slightly. The storm hasn't ended, but its tone has shifted. The longhouse seems to sigh along with them. You lower your head again and let your mind settle into that same ancient instinct. You don't need forecasts or maps. Not tonight. All you need is the safety of these walls, the warmth of these bodies, and ears tuned to the sky. You exhale slowly and deeply, trusting that the household knows exactly how the night will unfold. Outside, the wind speaks. Inside, people listen. You start drifting back toward sleep. At that soft edge where warmth and darkness merge, a faint scent pulls you back. Earthy, sweet, unexpected. Not smoke, not straw, not wool. Something sharper, greener, coming from near the center of the platform. You breathe in deeply, and the scent grows stronger. Not the kind used in cooking, but a soothing herb. You open your eyes slightly and see a small bundle resting near a woman's head, loosely woven, tied with a piece of cloth string. When she shifts, the scent of meadow grass or maybe dried heather rises. You remember hearing earlier that some plants were placed near winter beds, not to magically warm the body, but to soften the mind. In a season where nights stretch long and storms show no mercy. Every small comfort that softened the darkness was welcomed. You lift your head slightly. Now you notice more details scattered across the sleeping platform. Small aromatic bundles tucked into corners, dried pine branches near the wall, even a small clay pot filled with something crumbled. These aren't decoration. They're quiet luxuries, comforts that sit right at the edge of practicality. Northern homes often use local herbs for many reasons: medicine, brewing, ritual, or simply to freshen enclosed spaces. Sagas rarely focus on these domestic subtleties, but later Scandinavian folk practices preserve these hints. Juniper was burned to clear stale air. Dried birch leaves were rubbed on hands for their fresh scent. Sweet rose oil might be dabbed onto bedding to ward off nightmares or pests. The Vikings lived close to the land. Even their comforts carried the scent of forests, fields, and marshes. You lie back down and notice you can distinguish at least 3 scents: juniper, heather, and maybe something sharper, like angelica root. Not overpowering, barely noticeable until you focus. But combined with the smoky warmth of the hall, it makes the air feel richer, more alive. As if winter's edges had softened. Someone near you rummages through a small pouch and pulls out something that looks like a tiny wooden box. When opened, the air fills with a sharper scent, some kind of oil. The woman rubs a bit onto her wrists and neck, gently massaging it in. You catch the faint smell of pine resin mixed with animal fat, not a perfume in the modern sense. Both protective and soothing. A homemade skin balm. Winter air can crack skin mercilessly. A mix of resin and fat prevents cracking, helps retain warmth, and offers a small sensory pleasure. You can imagine her mother teaching her this mixture, and her mother's mother teaching her before that. Then you notice an older man applying something to dot, something rubbed onto his joints. The scent reaches you slowly. Sharp and smoky birch tar. Birch tar was used for many things. Adhesives, waterproofing, even simple skin, ointments dot, when massaged into tired limbs. It could also ease aches. Watching him now, you notice how every small object in the longhouse strikes a balance between practicality and comfort. Nothing exists purely for luxury. Yet somehow, comfort still finds its way in the dim light. You notice something stranger. A tiny woven charm hanging from a roof beam, swaying gently with every gust, made from plant fibers and colored thread scraps. When you quietly ask, someone nearby murmurs that these kinds of charms were made to calm the hall, to help the night pass smoothly. Whether every Viking believed in such things is unknown, but it's undeniable that homes often kept small symbolic objects. A precaution against fear, a habit, something passed down through generations, or simply something to occupy restless hands on long winter nights. Further along the platform, a man thoughtfully chews on something. Not food, a piece of dried root. Its scent drifts faintly toward you. Something like licorice, maybe angelica or fennel root, both valued in northern herbal traditions. Some roots warm the breath, some soothe the stomach. Others simply give the mind something to focus on besides the storm scratching at the walls. For a moment, you think about how closely winter life was tied to plants. Even while the outside world lay buried in snow, people carried pieces of summer into the darkness. Dried herbs, fragrant oils, woven charms, ways of remembering the times when the sun lasted more than a few hours. These objects are small rebellions against winter. Near your elbow, there's another small curiosity, a carved wooden bead tied to the edge of someone's blanket, faintly smelling of sooty resin. A small wooden ornament like this might be dipped in pine oil or juniper tar to refresh its scent. Children sometimes use these as comfort objects. Adults, too, even if they wouldn't admit it. Holding a scented bead on a blizzard night isn't childish. It's simply human. You shift again and feel a thin woven mat. Beneath part of your bedding, someone must have placed it there earlier. Reed mats were used not just for insulation, but also to add a pleasant grassy scent to sleeping areas. Over time, they dried into a crisp layer that rustled softly when touched. A practical floor covering, yes, but also a small sensory pleasure. Scholars sometimes debate how common these scented comforts were in early northern homes. Some argue they were rare luxuries, while others believe they were fairly common, especially in households with access to wetland plants or coastal grasses. The truth is probably somewhere between. Not every home had scented bundles, but most used simple plant materials to lessen winter's gloom. The longhouse sways gently with a gust of wind, but the juniper scent stays warm and calming. You breathe it in. It reminds you of clean forests, fresh air, summer fields. It turns this survival space into something sweeter, turns shelter into a sleeping place. You burrow deeper under your blankets. The herb-scented air becomes a gentle cradle. The storm's edge softens. Someone murmurs quietly again, maybe inspired by the comfort of the plants around them. You realize how remarkable these small comforts are. How subtle, how intimate, how powerful. In a world shaped by ice and danger, people were still searching. Softness here isn't a grand softness. It's a small softness, the whispering kind rather than the shouting kind. You close your eyes with one last breath of sweet pine air. The herbs guard your rest. The storm stays outside, and warm scented sleep finds you easily. Through the night, hour by hour you barely wake as the longhouse lets out a low groan. Not dangerous, more like an old giant stretching in its sleep. The fire has settled into deep, steady embers. The air is warm enough, the bedding thick enough, the body's close enough that you're not cold, but your mind now catches on to something. You've felt all night, this strange dance between heat, smoke, and breath within this wooden world. You shift slightly. You let your eyes adjust to the dim ember light. The hearth is still the heart of the hall, but it isn't blazing. Half awake, you suddenly understand why the longhouse works in winter. Everyone is constantly negotiating with the fire. Looking across the room, you see a low rectangular pit ringed with stones blackened by years of smoke. Above it, smoke still rises in a thin, faint ribbon toward the roof opening. The Vikings had no fixed chimney. Hearth placement and size varied from farm to farm, region to region. Many were long and narrow, designed for steady cooking rather than dramatic heating. Others were smaller, placed closer to the sleeping platforms. Archaeologists studying longhouses from Denmark to Iceland generally find variations, different shapes, different placements, different ways of managing smoke. And tonight, looking around, the reality becomes even clearer. The hearth was never a perfect invention. It was a compromise. You notice some people sleep closer to the fire, their bodies angled with feet toward the warmth. Others sleep along the walls, where the rising smoke thins out. No one sleeps directly in the thickest part of the smoky air. This is a learned pattern, a choreography taught across generations. If you wake coughing, you move. If your eyes sting too much, you shift to a lower or higher position. The hearth demands attention. Sleep has to adapt to its mood. Nearby, a woman briefly sits up and rubs her eyes. Even with good ventilation, smoke sometimes thickens the air. Before lying back down, she takes a slow sip of water from a horn cup. You catch her expression. Not irritation, just a routine acceptance. The longhouse belongs to the fire as much as to the people. Someone else stirs, leaning over the embers, using a long stick. They gather the coals into a tighter cluster. Their movements are slow, deliberate. A small mistake could create sparks. A bigger mistake could fill the hall with choking smoke. After adjusting the coals, they lift their head and watch how the smoke spreads. Rising quickly, spreading sideways, being pushed back down by the wind. These questions matter far more than comfort. They matter for survival. You settle your weight back onto the bed and think about something one of the men said earlier. A fire should feed, not feast. A simple phrase, but now you feel its meaning. A fire burning too hot wastes precious wood and fills the roof space with dense smoke. Fire burning too weak lets cold seep into joints and bones. That's why the ideal hearth isn't a roaring blaze, but a patient glow. Some scholars are still wrestling with a deeper question. Did longhouses rely solely on a central hearth, or did some also use secondary hearths or portable braziers in winter? The evidence is mixed. Some excavation sites point to secondary burning areas or warming platforms. Others show a single ancient fire pit used for all daily needs. The real picture might be a variety of households adjusting fire habits based on climate, materials, and personal preference. And lying here, you feel exactly how variable that lived experience must have been. A hearth isn't a static technology. It's a living relationship. The man tending the coals blows gently on them. A small whirl of sparks jumps upward, flickering like fireflies before fading. The air brightens for a moment. It lights up the beams above. You see layers of soot climbing, them in dark bands, each layer a story of a past winter. Longhouse roof isn't just a structure. It's a record of countless nights when people decided exactly how safe the fire could be. A curious detail catches your eye. Someone has placed a small wedge-shaped stone near the edge of the hearth, almost like a tiny wall. When you ask the man beside you what it's for, he murmurs that it stops sparks from scattering. A spark blocker makes sense. Not every household used one, but small stones or scrap metal pieces sometimes served as makeshift barriers. Not fancy fire tools, but as he puts it, simple wisdom learned from one too many scorched blankets. You breathe in again, and this time the smoke carries a faint bitterness. Not unpleasant, but noticeable. Smoke told the Vikings more than just temperature levels. Its scent revealed what kind of wood was burning, how damp it was, whether the fire needed feeding. Some woods burned clean and bright, while others produced heavy smoke. Birch bark could help ignite damp fuel. Driftwood from the coast burned hotter, but carried the scent of salt and resin. You can feel how attuned everyone is to these distinctions. Fire knowledge in this world isn't optional. It's a daily craft. With another fierce gust hitting the walls, the smoke beneath the beams begins trembling. The watcher near the door shifts slightly and looks up. The man by the hearth is watching too. Both are reading the same sign. The wind direction is changing. That could mean the smoke will suddenly get pushed back into the hall. Or it could mean the storm's peak has passed. A moment of quiet uncertainty hangs in the air. Even in this shelter, fire never becomes fully predictable. For a moment you feel the tension. A tension every household has felt for centuries, and then it passes. The smoke continues its steady rise. The watchers relax. Near the far wall, two elders have a nearly inaudible, quiet debate. They're discussing whether this longhouse's hearth should have been built a little farther from the doors. One argues that placing the hearth centrally helps heat reach the benches better. The other insists shifting it slightly would reduce drafts. You smile, realizing that even today's experts don't fully agree on ideal hearth placement, and neither do the people living here. Architecture evolves not just through plans, but through arguments whispered in the dark. You settle back under the blankets and let the platform's warmth sink into your bones. You begin to understand that the longhouse's fire isn't just a tool. It's a personality, a partner. Sometimes cooperative, sometimes stubborn. It shapes the night as much as the storm does. Everything in this hall, sleep arrangement, ventilation, bed placement, even the tone of conversation settles around it. You lift your head one last time. The embers glow steadily now, warm enough to heat the hall until dawn. Outside, the storm moans, but inside, a thin line of smoke rises calmly toward the vent, carrying with it all the small adjustments, debates, tricks, and knowledge that keep the household alive. You let your body relax again. You know the fire will be watched, tended, guided, and understood until dawn breaks. And with that comfort, you drift toward sleep. The hearth's dim light blurs your vision as you sink back into the blankets. Another understanding begins to surface. Something bigger than this one longhouse, this one family, even this one storm. All through the night, you're learning how the Vikings slept in winter. But the truth is, Viking sleep was never a single thing. It changed and reshaped itself across a vast world. What kept someone warm in Norway wasn't always the same as what kept someone warm in Iceland, Denmark, the Baltic, or along the river routes reaching toward Kyiv and beyond. Geography set the rules, and people adapted. Close your eyes halfway and imagine the map of the Viking world wrapping around you like a cloak. Fjords to the west, forests to the east, islands, farms, and frozen coastlines in every direction. Each place had its own version of winter, and its own answer to the dark. Start in Norway, where long, narrow fjords channel the wind like massive stone corridors. Storms here strike harder and faster. Longhouses tend to be sturdy, timber-framed structures with thick wooden walls and steep roofs. Fire management is more conservative. People sleep closer together. Bedding is heavier, dense wool, layered furs, thick cloaks, because cold can seep down from the mountains and smother entire valleys. Travelers along the coast sometimes sleep under overturned boats or tuck into cliffside hollows when caught far from home. The land teaches them to hold on tightly. Move south to Denmark, where winters are still harsh, but the terrain is softer and flatter. Homes here sometimes show traces of different layouts. Wider, longer halls, more open central spaces. Winters aren't quite as brutal, so sleeping habits may have allowed for slightly looser clustering. Some households might light small side fires or braziers for evening work. Farms yield plenty of straw, so bedding tends to be thicker, fresher, and more frequently replaced. Nights still require layered clothing, but the cold doesn't numb the bones with quite the same intensity. Then head west to Iceland. Here, earth becomes part of the house itself. With timber scarce, people dig deeper into the ground to build. Thick turf-walled houses act like giant thermal blankets. Heat gathers differently indoors. Less airflow through wood, more breathing through earth. Sleeping here means letting the earth hold you. Because turf retains heat so well, bedding relies slightly less on furs. The wool remains the primary fabric. The air smells more of damp earth than smoke. The house's roof is a hillside. Cross over to the Faroe Islands or Greenland, where cold becomes a more personal enemy. Here, longhouses and dwellings lean heavily on turf, stone, and whatever driftwood the ocean offers. People sleep very close together, and the layered clothing culture intensifies. Seal hides or thicker sea furs appear more often in bedding. The wind outside isn't a visitor. It can feel like a permanent resident. Winter sleep becomes almost a craft, a specialized state. The arrangement of bodies, blankets, and breath adjusts to each night's particular cold dot. Now turn east dot travel along the Baltic coasts, winding through trade routes, forests, and frozen bays. Winters here are variable, sometimes wet and harsh, sometimes dry and sharp. Sleeping platforms still line the longhouse walls. But thanks to rich trade connections, bedding might include more woven fabrics. Wealthier households might even have imported dyes, finer weaves, even feather-filled pillows. Nights in these regions could offer more varied comfort. Thinking of this now, you can almost smell it in the hall dot. And then, following the Daugava and Dnieper, rivers south and east, used by Scandinavian traders and settlers heading toward Q and Rus territories, you enter regions with entirely different building traditions. Winters are still severe, but the houses change shape. Timber is abundant. Hearth designs shift. Some dwellings include clay ovens that radiate heat for hours after the fire dies down. Clay ovens can heat a home more evenly than open hearths. Vikings who settled or traded there gradually adapted their sleeping habits, blending them with Slavic and Baltic traditions. Imagine lying near one of those great clay ovens, warm like a huge, slow-breathing animal. In some regions, people slept on or beside these, letting the stored heat sink into their bones. This isn't a North Atlantic solution, but it becomes part of the wider Norse world. As cultural boundaries blur, the intensity of the storm outside shifts too, and your sense of hearing sharpens again. A thin wind whistles along the roof ridge. The longhouse creaks, and suddenly the contrast between these regions becomes vivid dot in the northwestern fjords. Sleep is shaped by wind and ice. Along southern coasts, sleep is shaped by dampness, cold, and forest shelter. Along the rivers, sleep is shaped by clay heat and trade wealth. The Viking world wasn't a single climate dot, it was a mosaic of winters. Then you think about the clothing. In colder regions, wool was thicker, more tightly woven. In milder regions, garments could be lighter. In Iceland and Greenland, cloaks were sometimes stitched for multiple layers of wool for breathability and warmth. In the East, some households acquired fur-lined garments through trade. That made winter nights a little more luxurious. Tonight, someone sleeping in a Danish longhouse might have a different layering strategy than someone sleeping on a Norwegian mountain farm, but both would instantly recognize the other's methods. A man near the hearth shifts position, and you catch sight of his cloak, striped in 2 shades of brown. This reminds you that textile patterns varied by region too. Some areas had weaving traditions, producing tighter weaves. Others preferred twill. These regional differences shaped winter. Sleep in subtle ways. A more tightly woven cloak could mean the difference between waking warm and waking. Stiff with cold, you turn your head slightly and notice a carved wooden chest against the wall. Its hinges are simple, but its style looks different from the local pieces you've seen. Maybe it belonged to someone who traveled east or south. Maybe it carried bedding from a foreign trade port, softer wool, different dyes. A feather pillow brought from a distant harbor. Travel turned the Norse world into a mosaic of varied influences. Even on sleeping platforms, you might find traces of foreign contact. Foreign fabrics, foreign furs, foreign habits. Researchers still debate how much regional variation shaped winter nights. Some argue that shared basics, bodies, fire, wool, communal warmth, united all these communities. Others argue regional architecture and climate created fundamentally different winter experiences. The evidence points both ways, depending on which region you study. But here, dressed in layers and surrounded by sleepers, the nuances feel real. You pull your blanket closer and imagine all those distant households across the Viking world sleeping at the very same moment, some in warm earthen turf houses, some in drafty timber halls, some near clay ovens, some under overturned boats, some in snow-covered forests. Different lands, different nights, different methods, but the same need: escape the cold, preserve warmth. Keep the darkness at bay until morning. Your eyes begin closing again. You feel the size of the storm, the warmth of the bedding, and somewhere in your mind, the vastness of a world that winter holds together all at once. You exhale. The longhouse breathes with you, and you fall asleep inside a culture far larger than the walls around you. This time, you drop into a deep sleep. Until a small itch at your wrist pulls you into a hazy awareness. Nothing serious, just a faint tickle, the kind that could come from straw, a loose thread, or something much smaller. You scratch lightly and start drifting back to sleep. But then your mind catches on a strange, unavoidable truth about Viking winter nights. If you really want to know how people slept, you have to pay attention to the small details most storytellers politely skip. You open one eye and let the dim ember light illuminate the inside of the longhouse. Thick wooden beams, roof rafters darkened by soot, straw bedding crushed by bodies, furs heavy with warmth, and everywhere the quiet evidence of a lived-in winter world. Dust motes, shed wool fibers, plant remnants from old bedding, the faint musky scent of animals, not careless dirt, not the absence of soap, disinfectant, or sealed windows. This is the texture of life before those things existed. And beneath that texture lie clues. You turn your head and look more closely at the bed beneath you. The straw rustles faintly and gives off a sweet, dusty scent. The platform's surface holds small fragments, broken husks, wool fibers, bits of fluff, and here and there, dried remnants of something that lived long before you arrived tonight. Archaeologists digging through longhouses uncover these layers: compressed straw, charred wood, dust, shed fibers, crushed insects, and occasionally the small bones of mice that snuck in. These traces form the archaeological fingerprint of ordinary life. Your fingers touch the straw again, and you think about how these beds rarely survive centuries directly. What remains instead are traces, dark stains in the soil, plant fibers preserved in oxygen-poor pockets, tiny seeds caught between floorboards. These small remnants let modern researchers know exactly what you're lying on right now. Straw, wool scraps, and sometimes a mix of soft bird down. A practical blend, but not entirely disconnected from nature. Then your gaze drifts up to the beams. Something hangs there. Not dangerous. Just noticeable. Like the meat you saw earlier, but smaller. Squinting, you see a narrow wooden beam with dark residue. Soot, yes, but also decades of accumulated grease and microscopic particles, remnants of smoke-cured food. Archaeologists find similar patterns in wood pulled from saga-era structures. These remnants tell stories: what people ate, how they stored it, how the warmest part of the hall was used for curing. But the beams hold stranger secrets too. In some excavated homes, researchers have found remains of old insect nests, clusters left behind by long dead, wasps or spiders. The longhouse wasn't sterile. Cellar. It was part of the ecosystem. You think about the faint tapping you heard earlier near the wall and realize it might not have been your imagination. A soft murmur nearby catches your attention. Someone half awake taps at something lightly. Not alarmed, just mildly bothered. Mosquitoes are unlikely in winter. Fleas are far more likely. Lice too, possibly. In damp, fire-warmed, animal-filled, crowded wooden houses, pests were part of life. Not a nightly outbreak, just small persistent presences. Viking combs, beautifully carved from bone, appear far more consistently in graves than most other personal items. People carried them everywhere. Because personal grooming wasn't a luxury, it was survival. Now think about those combs. Narrow teeth roughened from long use, sometimes decorated with ring and dot motifs or carved animal heads. They weren't just tools. They were daily companions. Archaeologists find lice eggs preserved in ancient hair samples buried with Viking remains. Clear evidence that lice existed even among the wealthy. So the itch at your wrist isn't surprising. It reminds you that winter sleep, even in the best bedding, came with small interruptions. There's a slightly odd detail on the edge of the platform. A small clay pot with a few dried leaves at the bottom. Earlier, you saw someone use it to scatter herbs around the bed, not just for scent. You now realize some herbs, like mugwort or tansy, were believed to help repel insects. How common this was in the Viking Age isn't fully known. But later, Scandinavian folk practices strongly suggest plants were used to deter pests long before formal records existed. This is one of those small household tricks that never made it into heroic tales. Light rustle on your shoulder makes you turn your head. A small shape. A mouse darts along the edge of the platform and vanishes into a gap behind a wooden chest. No one reacts. Clearly, This is normal. Mice live in longhouses because longhouses offer things the winter outside doesn't. Warmth, food scraps, shelter. People lived alongside them the way they lived alongside storms. Adapting, quietly accepting, you smile faintly. If you expected the longhouse to be a spotless sanctuary, tonight teaches you something important. Surviving winter isn't orderly. It's layered, textured, woven through with both grand and small forms of life. Even the animals leave their own traces. Bits of wool, stray hairs, scents worked into the wood grain. Archaeologists usually detect animal presence in old longhouses not through obvious remains, but through micro-traces, hoof marks in the floor, crushed plant fibers, compressed manure dust. These traces are invisible until you know how to look for them. Someone near you shifts, and their blanket slips slightly, revealing the underside of a fur. You notice small holes chewed long ago by insects. Another archaeological clue: fur rarely survives intact, but bite marks, larval casings, and patterns in preserved fragments tell modern researchers which animal's fur remained. Bedding material. Commonly used: reindeer, sheep, goat, cattle. Each leaves different traces. You can almost imagine an archaeologist years from now reading this platform like a book. A quiet argument echoes between the two. Elders lying by the wall. They're whispering about whether the bedding should be changed tomorrow. One argues the straw has flattened too much and needs refreshing. The other insists it can last one more day. This mirrors a modern academic debate you heard about earlier. How often did Viking households replace bedding layers? Some evidence suggests straw was replaced frequently because it breaks down quickly. Other sites imply bedding material could accumulate for months before being removed for burning or composting. Like many other things, the truth likely varied by household size, local customs, and how harsh the winter was. You shift again. You feel a clump of straw beneath your hip. You settle it back into place and marvel at how effectively it still works. Soft enough to serve as a pillow, dry enough to insulate, humble enough to be forgotten until you need it. Yet in the archaeological record, straw is one of the richest archives of winter life. Seeds caught in bedding tell you what crops grew nearby. Pollen traces show what the fields looked like. Even insects trapped between layers reveal harvest seasons. You notice something deeper. In the Viking world, surviving winter wasn't only about grand architecture or brave deeds. It was about small things: seeds, fibers, fragments, a comb, a charm, a scrap of straw keeping one more night warm. And the longhouse you're lying in right now is full of these small truths. Your wrist doesn't itch anymore. You sink deeper into the bed. A faint rustle somewhere. Another small creature nearby. Doesn't mean danger, it just means you're inside a living house. One that breathes, hosts shelters, and remembers. A palace of wood, wool, smoke. And biology. The storm hits the walls again. And you close your eyes. You let the faint life around you blend into a soft drowsiness. Winter sleep wasn't perfect, but it was real, warm, and alive. You lean back into the blankets and slow your breathing. Then, suddenly, the entire night blends into a single, unbroken thread. Every detail you noticed, Warm bodies, drifting smoke, straw beneath your back. The storm's quietly echoing voice comes together, and then you feel a shift, a slight tilt, as if you're no longer watching the night in pieces. You're living it, hour by hour dot, so you let yourself sink into the rhythm of this imagined blizzard night in the longhouse. From the moment the storm intensifies to the moment dawn returns, the first hour begins right after twilight. You remember the earlier bustle, people shaking snow off their cloaks as they return from chores, stamping boots against the packed floor, children pulling old blankets from chests, adults spreading fresh straw over the benches. Someone ladles hot stew from the pot. The fire crackles bright and full of life then. Its heat pushes the cold toward the walls. Outside, snow begins falling gently, almost politely. As if asking permission to stay, you sit near the hearth. You feel the first numbness in your fingers slowly fading. The second hour arrives with the storm's first real breath. The wind begins pressing steadily against the longhouse. The door trembles. People glance at each other quietly. The firekeeper stokes it a little early. Extra cloaks are pulled from pegs. Children huddle closer to older siblings. The hall turns into a single warm organism. You find your spot on the bench and spread your blanket. Someone hands you a piece of bread dipped in fat, your last comfort before bed. The third hour is when the cold becomes real. Outside, the storm intensifies, and you feel the longhouse respond, the timbers shifting. Near the smoke hole, the air thickens. People are settling in now, adjusting their layers, finding shared pockets of warmth. The door watcher sits closer to the entrance. The animals in the byre rustle uneasily, but calm with the closeness of people. You tuck your feet under a shared fur. You feel the warmth building. By the fourth hour, the fire's bright flames have deepened into a rich glow. The embers pulse in slow waves. Smoke rises in a thin column, steadier than before. The hall grows quieter, breaths grow longer, movements slow. A child leans closer to their mother. Someone murmurs a half-dreamed sentence. Outside, the wind howls like a hungry creature, rubbing against the beams. You feel the full weight of the storm now. Deep cold presses just a few inches away, but your bedding holds you like a small, stubborn island of warmth. By the fifth hour, you wake briefly, startled by wind slamming snow against the roof. Watchers switch places. Someone checks the embers, stirring them to make sure they last until dawn. Another adjusts the smoke hole cover. Everything is handled gently, without waking those who need sleep most. You listen to familiar sounds, the crackle of cooling wood, the soft footsteps of animals, the muffled breathing around you, and take a small sip of something, lukewarm from a cup left by your bed, before slipping back under the blankets. By the sixth hour, the hall falls into its deepest silence. Even the storm seems to settle into a rhythm. This is the hour of strange dreams. You feel yourself drifting in a vast, boundless space. Warmth below you, cold above. The straw beneath rustles faintly. Your body fully relaxes, trusting that someone is awake to guard the night. With your eyes closed, you can still feel the fire burning. A low orange heartbeat in the middle of the room. The seventh hour belongs to the coldest part of the night, the deepest freeze. When the outside world is at its most frozen, your breath grows thick and warm in the air. The firekeeper stirs the coals again, gathering them together. A few sleepers shift, adjusting their cloaks. A warm stone gets nudged toward someone's feet. The hall is full of the scent of wool, smoke, earth, and the bodies of people and animals. Nothing here is sterile, but everything feels safe. By the 8th hour. This time you wake slowly, not from fear, but from instinct. Something has changed. The sound of the wind is different. Softer, not gentler exactly, but less wild. The storm is beginning to lose its fury. You can feel the watchers noticing too. One stands, stretches, checks the walls, and smiles. He presses his palm against the roof beam to check whether snow is dangerously accumulating. Satisfied, he returns to his spot. You turn in your bed. The straw softens your movements, and you drift back to sleep. By the 9th hour, a sleepy murmur passes through the hall. The unconscious shifting people do when they've slept together a long time. Cloaks rustle. Someone coughs. A child mutters in a dream. The fire is still burning, but small. The animals stir in the byre, breathing soft contributions into the warm air. You feel your limbs fully relax, as if the longhouse itself has loosened. I'm holding you. The 10th hour arrives slowly, carried in by a faint brightening at the smoke hole. Not daylight yet, just the slightest thinning of darkness. But the body somehow senses it. The mind knows before it can name it morning. The storm too begins to fade. The wind shifts from an angry assault into a slow push. You pull your blanket tighter. You feel the warmth accumulated all night by walls, bodies, and wool. By the 11th hour, the silence changes. Someone by the fire stretches and sits up. Another checks the door. The watchers share a relieved glance. The longhouse has survived the storm. The embers still glow. No cracks in the roof beams, no collapse at the door. You feel your own heart settle into a gentle waking rhythm. Soon people will be fully awake, but not yet. For now there's only the gentle pre-dawn hush that belongs to those who've survived a blizzard together. Finally, the 12th hour begins, not with bright sunlight, but with a dim silver glow seeping through the edges of the door and the roof vent. Someone stirs the pot. Someone yawns. Someone laughs quietly, the way people do after surviving something long and cold. Under your blankets, you breathe in the air of a house that fought the storm and won. You exhale into the pale morning light, your breath forming a soft cloud. One night, one storm, a shared battle, and now dawn is slowly breaking. In that soft twilight between sleep and waking, you linger, wrapped in warmth that no longer belongs to the night, but to a slowly rising stillness. Mourning the storm has softened. You feel it before you hear it. The air no longer pressing against the longhouse. The timbers no longer straining with every gust. As if the whole house has let out one long breath. You stretch beneath the blankets. You feel the stiffness in your shoulders. Sleep and the cold night have gently wrestled all night. Long. Around you, people make small movements. A leg shifts, a long sigh, a child rolling into a warmer corner of the blanket. You hear someone rubbing their palms together and pushing a fur aside. No one gets up suddenly. Winter mornings don't allow haste. Waking is slow, like everything else here. A faint gray light seeps through the smoke hole. Not bright, not golden. Just a pale sign that the sky is no longer entirely black. You watch how the light picks out the beams, the smoke stains, the gentle curve of the roof. The longhouse somehow looks bigger. As if, after a night of only feeling its breath, you can finally see its bones dot near the hearth. The firekeeper rises and inspects the coals. He nudges them lightly with his stick, watches how the faint glow flickers. A few sparks rise, small and hopeful. He adds a handful of carefully dried thin sticks from the beam above. They hiss first, then catch, releasing a thin ribbon of smoke curling upward. Morning's first real flame arrives. Not triumphant, rather gentle. You feel its warmth on your cheek. The night watchers now visibly relax. One loosens his shoulders, releasing muscles that have stayed tense for hours. Another gets up and walks to the door, listening. When he lifts the latch, cold air slips inside. Not the harsh cold of midnight. This is the softer breath of post-storm air. Sharp but no longer punishing, snowlight pours through the opening. Pale, blue-white. It fills the hall like a quiet blessing. You sit up slowly. You wrap your cloak around your shoulders. Your bedding, where your body lay, is warm, but the air above, it is cold enough to make you shiver. Around you, families begin their own small rituals. Folding furs, shaking out straw, straightening blankets. Children rub their sleepy fists against their eyes. Elders stretch their backs. Joints crack lightly. Someone lets out a short, warm laugh, and the whole hall feels a bit lighter. A bit brighter. Now that the storm's pressure has lifted, you notice new scents. Wood smoke, wool. The faint sweetness of crushed dried herbs from the night. And something sharper, the light scent of the morning meal being stirred in the pot. Breakfast will be simple. Warm grains, maybe some broth thickened overnight, rising in steam into the cold air. But even simple warmth feels like victory to a body that just weathered a blizzard. Someone clears snow from the doorway gap. The wind had pushed small drifts through the cracks. The snow now looks soft, faintly glowing. A child kneels and touches it, marveling at how cold it feels compared to the blankets they slept under. Their mother laughs and pulls their little fingers back before they go numb. You look toward the animals in the byre. They too are waking, stamping their hooves, shaking frost off their coats, breathing steam into the cold air. Their body heat helped keep the longhouse warm all night. Now, in the pale light, you can see their soft outlines and the straw piled beneath them. A man walks the corridor to check on them. He murmurs quietly, pats their sides gently. Like the people, they too survived the storm, standing up and stretching. You look at the sleeping platform in the morning light, blankets tangled together, cloaks half folded, furs shifted sideways, straw crushed beneath dozens of bodies. It looks nothing like the tidy pictures in modern books. It looks lived in, warm, messy, human. You realize this is the aftermath of survival, an imprint of the texture left behind by bodies sharing warmth through the night. And then, as your mind gathers everything you witnessed, something softens inside you. Layers, straw, furs, warm stones, shared vigilance. Meals turning into inner heat, herbs softening the air, the fire the house breathed with, the closeness of families, the shifting geography of sleep, the gentle rituals, small discomforts, practical wisdom, all that beautiful, in perfect harmony strong enough to sweep away every hardship in a storm powerful enough to erase the whole. Landscape, you feel it settle into you like warmth returning to your fingertips. Surviving winter was never a single method. It was a web of interlocking habits. Small, adaptable, repeated across generations until they became instinct. You slept because the longhouse knew how to hold you, and you survived because everyone inside understood winter as both enemy and teacher. The morning light grows brighter. Someone opens the door fully. Outside, a smooth, untouched white blanket gleams. Snowdrifts rise like soft dunes. The storm has left the world clean and silent. People, still in cloaks yawning, gather near the entrance. They look out at a transformed world. You step forward too. For the first time since the night began, you feel the cold touch your face directly. Quiet, surprisingly quiet. And in that silence, you feel the weight of the night lifting, replaced by something light, hopeful, almost sacred. You made it through a Viking blizzard night, not because of one single secret, but because of an entire culture of resilience. The storm has truly passed now, and the longhouse breathes out into the calm silence of morning. Standing at the threshold, watching the first pale beams of light soften the snow, you feel something gentle loosen in your chest. The world is no longer pressing against the walls. It's simply resting, waiting, calm. The cold outside has become almost peaceful, and the warmth behind you, your body heat, like fading embers, remains steady. The comfort of shared sleep lingers like a slow, steady tide. You breathe in. Fresh air fills your lungs, and then you breathe out just as slowly. Your shoulders drop, your jaw relaxes. Even the straw beneath your feet feels softer now, as if the whole house is slowing down with you. Around you, people talk in murmurs, their voices warm and low. Let this feeling settle in, a sense of being held, protected, part of something steady. The way voices always sound after a hard night. You carried warmth through the night, and now the morning carries you back. The cold no longer bites. It simply passes gently by, like the silence of falling snow. So let the longhouse fade into the background. Let the memory of the storm dissolve. Let yourself settle deeper, lighter, softer. Your breath moves like drifting snow. Your thoughts slow and warm. Your body grows pleasantly heavy, ready for full rest. You've come through the wind, the freeze, and the dark. And now, in this quiet light, safe, warm, and truly at peace, you stand tired in a way that invites deep, restful sleep. Let your eyes grow heavy. Let your mind settle its last. Small ripples. You've reached the silence after the storm. And now, finally, you're ready to drift away.